Having some issues. Alrighty then, here we are. Now we're live. How you doing, folks? For anyone who is,
What's up, guys?
Who am I kidding?
Hey,
It'll
guys.
probably be a few seconds before people get the notification and click. Oh, this idiot's posting again. It's not Friday nights, and he's not playing the game.
Right.
But I don't.
Oh, man.
For some reason, my friend Grant he commented like 20 minutes ago. First, like I'll show it. He commented this below, but I didn't go live yet. I don't know how he was able to see it.
Probably.
Oh yeah, you're able to
in
see
waiting,
before.
huh? Like a waiting room.
It's in a waiting room. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So they already got the notification.
Right.
You know?
Did you put a link on like Twitter or something?
Oh no, I haven't yet.
I'm actually going to tweet it right now.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
Go for it.
Yeah, I'm on Twitter
'Cause
right now.
I can share out the link to a couple people.
Where's
Yeah, and I have a couple tabs saved if we wanted to like watch something and respond to it, like how we were doing the other night, Revan. I got one about the Star Wars Lost Cut, but that's like a half hour long. Not sure if that'd be a good choice. Something. Let me see.
Okay, so I just tweeted it up.
Cool.
Okay, there is the.
Oh man, this week Cobra Kai season 3. I can't wait. It's gonna be sick.
I haven't watched that at all yet, and I really should.
You really should, man.
Yeah.
Really,
all I
really,
hear is
really
how
should.
good it is, but I haven't gotten around to watching
So
it
good.
at all.
Like if you like Karate Kid, I even know people that never watched Karate Kid and that like didn't even watch it for the show. They just started with the show and they still liked it.
Right.
So it's really, you know,
Yeah,
but
no
obviously
doubt.
way better if you watch the Karate Kid.
Right.
Talking
Yeah. No.
Cobra-
I mean, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Talking Cobra Kai.
Yeah.
What Grant say? Oh, it appeared on his sub list. Okay. So I guess any subscribers were able to see it. That's good at least.
Interesting.
Yeah, subscribers get a notification.
I figured that. I just didn't think that they'd be able to click on the video before it went live. But then again, like you said, wait and lobby. But I thought that only would, if it's. Well, then again, I don't know how the whole thing works with, it's scheduled for this, and then it'll basically say live now, even though it's waiting to start up and whatnot, like with Anomaly.
Let's get the ad money. Corona, please pay us because we're advertising a little bit.
Oh,
yeah, there we go.
This live
Yeah,
stream
should we get-
We're advertising to like 3 people. So
Brought to you
please-
Right.
Bitburger.
And brought to you by also Guinness, which, you guys want to see my bottle opener?
Sorry.
Pretty dope. Yeah.
Show me.
Right.
Wait, I didn't see. Show me.
See the bottle opener?
Just Vader's lightsaber.
Yeah.
Oh, it's sweet.
That came in the Funko had those like Smuggler's Bounty boxes where it was all Star Wars stuff every month before they canceled it. I'm really mad about that. But it came in that. So this is actually a Funko product.
Huh.
Yeah.
By the way, my man Ace, you're you always say on stream you're a Bible thumper, right?
Yeah.
Check out. I always taking my run. Check out these Bibles, bro. That's my collection.
Yeah, I saw that you mentioned
Ooh.
yesterday that you had a couple Bibles and you said you had a Hebrew one and a Greek one, and you studied theology. You said in school.
Exactly. Yeah. I also have an Aramaic one
Oh, nice.
and an Arabic one as well.
Yeah, I don't even know any languages. It's amazing that you're able to so many
I
aspects.
have an Arabic one, and I can show you guys. People mistake it for a Quran because obviously it's Arabic, and it really it's this one here. Yeah, so this is a Bible basically, but people think it's a Quran, obviously.
Yeah, obviously. I could see why they would get mixed up. I've never had a copy of the Quran, so I would probably see it be like, it looks like Arabic. Oh, it's probably the Quran.
Right.
I have a couple.
Yeah, well, the Quran probably looks the same. It just has like Arabic art, and obviously here it says the Bible, but
Oh shit.
Yeah, I got all different because, like I said, I used to study theology, so I have all different German and English versions up here.
I'm still here.
It's all
Hang on,
good.
just gotta fix something.
I gotta figure out how you do that. How you can have your icon there while if your camera goes out and whatnot.
Just
You just gotta upload a profile
yeah.
picture, like your profile icon, and then just shut off your camera and automatically.
Yeah, it'll go up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just set up my account with this today, so I'll probably have to tinker with it a little bit.
Yeah, I learned it on the fly too.
Yeah, my friend Grant says
there are not many people online, I think, on Twitter right now because most people are watching the stream with Theory,
Right.
3PO and stuff.
Yeah, I got on YouTube and I saw that. I was like, oh, hey, that's cool.
Yeah, what'd you think of what Star Wars Only said about the whole thing on Twitter today? I saw that you commented, Revan. That's how I came across it.
Yeah, that's how I did too. I'd never even heard of that person.
I was DMing with the guy actually for quite a bit.
Theory or
Only.
Only. After I already called him out. He's basically a prick, man. That's he when I said, like, first of all, I explained to him, I'm like, yo, man, there's a reason we believe 99% we're sure that this was not sarcasm. And I explained everything to him, and he was like, yeah, that's reasonable. So he even admitted that it's reasonable. And I'm like, yeah, like, what's the deal? Why do you jump to conclusions? And he compares him making fun of Theory. He compares that behavior to Theory not reaching out to Hidalgo first. He says, well, yeah, Theory did the same thing. He didn't call Hidalgo and asked him what he meant by it, which is obviously like not even comparable. But
yeah, that's ridiculous.
And then and then I said, yeah, man, but I have to say I really lost a lot of respect because what you did is you just didn't take sides. You also made fun of him crying, and by that you're kind of making fun of half the fandom.
Yeah.
And his reply to that was laughing. He was laughing at it, and he said, "When did Star Wars fans become so sensitive?" So yeah, I definitely lost a lot of respect for the guy. And at that point, I was like,
it just has nothing to do with being sensitive.
Yeah, it's called empathy. Does he not have
exactly? Yeah,
I don't know.
That's ridiculous.
It's sad because I used to like. I mean, look, I never watched him religiously, but I was subbed to his channel until today, and I watched a few of his videos. I never knew he was a prequel hater. I liked his, he doesn't like the sequels either. And then I just found out a week ago, actually, from Anomaly's channel that he's also featured on the Revenge of the Prequel playlist because he also hates the prequel, apparently. Yeah, exactly. So I didn't know that, but I mean, I didn't unsubscribe because of that. But after today, yeah.
I think I unsubscribed when this was probably last couple months, maybe 3 months, maybe more. I'm not sure. He was talking about other YouTubers who talk about news and updates and how a lot of them are sometimes rumors. And he had mentioned idiots like Mike Zero. And then he also mentioned Victor Van Doomcock or whatever he calls himself. And he says how both of them create clickbait. And I thought, no, dude. Doomcock, he even says that he has a source, but he can't confirm it. So take what you hear with a grain of salt. So he's knowing this may not be reliable information. If it was clickbait, he would say, oh, this is 100% fact, like Mike Zero does, saying things like, oh, they're now retconning the sequel trilogy.
Yeah.
Mike Zero, it's actually funny because they talked about him on stream, and Theory and Jeremy. They all said that they all like Mike Zero and stuff. And look, I get it. I'm not going to hate the person. Right? I don't know. Obviously, I never even talked to him. So, but he's a clickbaiter. I really don't like it. He uploads like 20 videos a day, and all of them are about the same topic. I don't even know how that's possible because usually YouTube doesn't allow that you upload the same thing over and over again. But that's basically what he does. He uploads almost the same videos. He even uses parts of his videos again in the next video. You know what I mean? And it's always these weird headlines that have nothing to do with what he's actually talking about. I don't know.
Yeah, there was a couple times where one of his videos, I think it was them saying that, oh, they're now retconning out the sequel trilogy or something like that along those lines. I watched the video briefly, and then I did like a little quick Google search of it. No such thing was a basis for the video, so I immediately reported the video just to say this is on false pretenses, basically because it's clickbait. I'm not trying to get the guy canceled. I'm just if he gets a message through his head of quit making clickbait, I won't care if he continues making content. Just don't make clickbait. If he says
he's never going to stop because this channel is only big because of that reason.
Yeah,
he doesn't do more videos or anything. He doesn't have anything besides clickbait that is of relevance, you know. So he doesn't like the sequels and stuff, but he's not like Geeks and Gamers. He doesn't complain about it. He doesn't attack Disney really.
Right.
But he also doesn't talk about lore like Theory or Star Wars Explained or something. So why else would you sub?
Yeah, or Thor Skywalker.
Yeah. Or Thor Skywalker, man. This guy is, I love the guy.
Yeah. And when I was on my lunch break today at work, after I saw some of the Star Wars only remarks, I had decided to Google, because I thought, does he have a grudge against Theory? I Googled Star Wars only versus Star Wars Theory, and I got nothing to confirm that that they have bitterness or anything, but I saw a bunch of stuff on Reddit come up saying that Theory, like for some of his videos, like say Yuzong Vong, that he's pretty much reading from the fandom Wikia page, and frankly, I don't care if he does, and I don't even know if that's true because I've not pulled up.
People said it. I know what you mean because I read the same Reddit, and some people even showed proof, like of him reading. But to be honest, man, like let's just speak facts here. When I do lore videos, obviously I research things on Wikipedia, and if a sentence is really good, I'm going to change it a little bit. But you know what I mean? Like it's not like he summarizes everything. So people even commented like, who gives a fuck? Like people would probably still watch Star Wars Theory even if you would just read the Wikipedia page, like, you know, make a video just reading the article of
that Reddit even said that. And frankly, I don't care if he does read from Wikipedia,
exactly.
And I don't care if he doesn't even cite it as a source in his description, or even says, and according to the Wikipedia page, because frankly, everybody's been on Wikipedia. They're going to use it for research. So it's basically assumed and implied that, this person is using it for research, because you can only do so much from memory. Because I posted a book review of 3 Star Wars novels within this last month, and I was just going all by memory. And I'm talking for 20 minutes, 25 minutes or so about 3 different books. I'm kind of rambling. I'm sure if I had the Wikipedia page, it would have helped out. However, since I was recording it off my phone, I couldn't really pull it up. And also the funny thing is, all 3 of those books, they didn't really have much of a description on the Wikipedia page for even a plot summary. And I think, do these books really get that little love or attention to where they don't even have much info? And they're not that good. And if you're wondering what the books were, they were Children of the Jedi, Darksaber, and
Children of the Jedi is one of the worst books I've ever read, man.
It was so boring.
And that's my problem with the EU purists. When somebody says everything is good, the EU is the best, man, even better than Lucas. I'm like, Children of the Jedi, that's a good book, man.
I was about to say we could make some EU right now.
Make it good. Some of the EU is really good. And
for sure.
There's a reason why some of the EU authors are still writing books for Lucasfilm right now, because they're so good, like Del Rey and people like that. But some of them are just bad fan fiction.
I even tweeted to hold up, I want to get to the comments because I'm not going to highlight this one, but my friend Grant said, dang, that message was delayed like 60 seconds ago. That's not how it works, Grant. Your comment shows up on my page, and I have to click it so it shows on the screen, and it just took me a minute to click it. Right. So on to the next one. Ilium, what's up, dude? Hey, boys! Sounding like Sloth from the Goonies. What were we talking?
By the way, let me say something. Star Wars only. So I've had people tell me that he apparently has been hating on Theory for months now. I've never seen it, but
really,
I had multiple people say that to me separately. So it must be true somehow. And then I just went on his page, and that's not the only thing. Like,
maybe he has a.
There was this tweet that I retweeted, obviously, but there's another tweet he did right before. Right now, it's the 29th of December, so yesterday, where he said he retweeted a tweet that's saying, make a video about Pablo in Theory, or don't make a video about Pablo in Theory. The eternal question. And then Star Wars Only says, mine will be out this weekend, so that's actually interesting. He'll actually do a video about it. Mine will be out this weekend at the earliest, because this is all just so stupid, and I want to avoid the hate wave from his brainless following. So he's
Then
he's
why are you-
calling the Star Wars theory fans brainless following, and you don't call somebody's fans like that if you don't have a grudge against them.
Right.
So it definitely goes
Yeah,
deeper than
exactly.
just the Pablo Hidalgo
That's
thing.
deeper.
Yeah.
But if he's trying to avoid that, why is he making a video?
Yeah, why is he tweeting it out?
Yeah, right. Like,
I mean, if he makes the
Come
drama
on.
stupid, just be like, I find the drama of the situation be stupid. I mean, yeah, it's valid
Yeah.
that Theory has a problem with Pablo being a douchebag like that, basically mocking him online. And granted, Theory, Twitter's a public platform. People are going to find out. So he probably would have liked. I imagine he would have liked to have avoided the drama, but people would have probably hounded him and asked him about it when they find out. Oh, what do you think about Pablo Hidalgo saying this? DMing him. He probably figured address it before it gets blown out of proportion, and he addresses it, and then some people blow it out of proportion nonetheless. And he just deals with it as he sees best. I don't hold anything against him. Theory seems like one of the nicest guys, and people could say that, oh, he's fake. Oh, he reads Wikipedia pages. Hey, I think that he's I haven't seen any fakeness from him. He seems pretty genuine. I mean, you don't cry when you see, Luke Skywalker in that hallway scene from The Mandalorian. You don't fake tears. It's so hard to fake tears, but then at least for someone like me.
Well, and especially live in front of how many people? Like 40,000 people were watching. Something crazy like that. Like, and people try to say it was fake. Like, really?
No.
It takes you 5 seconds to figure out if it was or not. Oh, look at that! It was live, right? Exactly when it came out.
Exactly.
Probably not fake.
And look, I was I'm going to say this because I don't think that's something I'm not supposed to say, but I was the first one he actually talked to about it. He DM'd me on Twitter right after, because I was one of the first ones to actually talk about it. I retweeted it right away, and when I retweeted the not Hidalgo's comment, obviously, because he was on private, but the other guy trashing Theory, saying that he faked it and all that stuff. And when I retweeted it at that time, it had like 5 likes or something. Nobody was paying attention to it.
Yeah.
And then I retweeted it, and a few minutes after retweeting it, Theory DM'd me, and he's like, "Hey man, I don't care about the troll, but what the fuck, Hidalgo?"
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Yeah, man, but I don't know what he's saying." He's like, "Can you try to find out?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure." And we talked about, and that was actually the first time that we've talked, because we've talked before, but only for like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. But that was the first time we've talked for hours, man. We talked for literally 6 hours straight or something. And I'm talking about like chatting, like nonstop, you know what I'm saying? Like going back and forth and shit. And he was really, I want people to understand this. He did not want to cause drama. He was really he was writing stuff like, "Oh man, I just made a quick video. I'm thinking about it. Should I upload it? I don't know. Just sitting here thinking about uploading it, but I'm going to make it private just for my account members and stuff." And then he actually uploaded a video on private and sent the link on his Discord. You probably saw it.
Yeah, I remember you telling me about that.
Yeah.
And he deleted it like 1 hour later or something.
Yeah, I never actually saw that. I am in the Discord, but I didn't see it.
Yeah. Anyway, he deleted it like 1 hour later, so you couldn't even click on the link anymore. And then he wrote to me again like 2 hours later that he got the screenshot now and he's still thinking of uploading the video. And then he finally did it. And he says 6 hours later, but I actually went back and looked at it. It's not even 6 hours, 8.5 hours. So it took him 8.5 hours until he found out to actually start something, So I want people to understand this. He did not want to cause drama, but he's just not going to let this shit happen, right? It's not going to.
Can't say I blame him. What do some of these comments say? From Ilium, he said, "Theory just seems like such a pure guy. Pure people always get hate for being fake. Considering how borderline nihilistic and toxic the majority of our culture, not everybody, but the majority of people are nowadays, it makes sense that the genuinely nice people, even when, it's obvious they're being completely wholehearted, people are going to talk trash about them because unfortunately that's just the society we live in." As George Costanza said, "We're living in a society." Ilium also said, "Theory is exactly the kind of YouTuber I'd want having so much success as a Star Wars fan." I completely agree.
Right.
And he also says, "And he is super successful, and I love that." Same here. I wish I could. If I had known about this little feature and I had a good microphone back then, I probably would have done a live reaction to his Vader fan film. But too late now.
I didn't do it live, but I did record one and post it, and it was really cool. Or not the fan film, the cinematic that just came out. Yeah, I didn't have this.
I didn't, but I want to do. Obviously, you already watched it, but I still want to do a reaction at some point.
Right. Yeah, throw it up on like a live.
Wait.
By the way, guys, I'm gonna say this on
the trailer that he just came out with like last week.
Oh, yeah, the digital. Okay.
Yeah, right.
I get you. What were you saying, Revan? I'm sorry. You cut you off.
Yeah, I just wanted to announce this on stream, but I'm obviously going to announce this on Twitter as well. I decided to do lore videos again because I was just streaming, and I said, I stopped doing lore videos because it took too much time. But I decided to do it again. But I kind of found a way for it to be a little faster. First of all, I decided to stick to like 3 to maximum 5 minutes because back then what I was doing is I was doing like 5 to like 8 minutes. I had some videos that were 8 minutes long, and that really takes long to make. And I also used images. And when you use images, the problem is that you want images to change real quick. You don't want people to get bored. So
you need a million of them.
Exactly. So what I did, I always had an image for 7 seconds, around 7 seconds plus minus. And if you have an 8-minute video, man, you need a lot of images.
Many. Yeah.
You're trying to find good images, not that are of good quality, and that alone takes so long. So what I was thinking. I'm just going to use videos, man. So when I'm going to talk about Ahsoka, I'm just going to download a bunch of videos that I already have on my desktop, and I'm just going to take videos because that's what. Who is it again? There's one YouTuber, one of the big Star Wars YouTubers. That's what he does. When he does lore videos, he just uses videos instead of pictures, and that's actually even cooler, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm sure it holds people's attentions longer. Yeah. I want to do some lore videos highlighting. I found this like in a box from my childhood locked away. This it came from like a book fair in like 2nd grade, I think, and it's like the Star Wars like lightsabers guide, right? And like every page is an individual lightsaber that's like detailed. Yeah, like it's crazy. It's got like detailed info about like every single one. It's actually really cool.
It is really cool, but it's not canon anymore, though.
Right.
The way the lightsabers are made.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Exactly. Like there's some in there. Like I think. Let me try to find the one page. It has a fold out for Grievous. Here it is. So like. Oh, part of it green. And it folds out to show you whose sabers he killed, and one of them Shaak Ti, and we know that's not canon anymore.
Yeah, and I think that one
not Shaak Ti, Adi Gallia, right here.
Oh, Adi Gallia.
Doesn't Savage kill her on Florum in Clone Wars?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's right.
So
it's not entirely canon, but it's still got a lot of cool info in it.
No, what I actually meant by not canon is because I was looking into this actually like a few months ago, just the way that the different kyber crystals. I think the book talks a lot about the different kyber crystals, and now in canon, there's actually just kyber crystals. There's no different kyber crystals.
Yeah, and they're like living.
Exactly, and the colors they generate have nothing to do with the type of crystal they are, and I think in that book back then it was different.
I'd have to look for it real quick, but I do believe so.
Exactly. Now in canon, it depends on the personality. But back then, it was really like the different type of crystal you use or something.
Yeah, it's got it right here, like different types of crystals.
It's something.
So.
It is cool.
Something Theory mentioned it. Oh, I'm sorry to cut you off, Boogie.
Oh, you're good. Go for it.
I was gonna say is something that Theory mentioned in one of his lore videos about the lightsaber crystals was. It was kind of a joke he mentioned towards the end of the video. He was basically talking like how Jedi make their lightsaber crystals in the new canon. And he said something along the lines of, I think it'd be kind of cool if the lightsaber colors kind of change with time as the Jedi progresses and becomes more mature. That way they progress from maybe like a blue lightsaber blade to a green lightsaber blade. Kind of like a mood ring. I think that's kind of funny, but kind of cool. I mean, imagine how much easier that'd be for the Jedi just to be like, Anakin, are you okay? Fine. Turn on your lightsaber.
Red. Well, see, so that's the whole thing. It's a little They might need to clean it up a little bit because it like they've said, it goes based on like the Jedi's force abilities or their personality, whatever. But then obviously to make them red, you have to bleed them, right, in the current canon. But then with Ahsoka, how she took the red ones and then healed them, purified them, and made them white. But like, could they have gone to blue from that, or could they have gone to green?
I think that since she kind of, disassociated herself with the Jedi, became more of a all-around force wielder. Like, I'd say that's probably why they went white, because, she was just trying to heal them, and she was not with an allegiance to the Jedi.
Right. Yeah, but what I mean is, like, say a Jedi were to do that, what she did, would it turn green or would it be white because it's like offsetting from the red?
I'll have to turn my mic off next time I go off. But say that again.
I was saying, like what if, say, like a Jedi did it, like say Obi-Wan were to do it, would from a red crystal and purify it or whatever, and then would it become blue or would it be white because it was offset from the red? You know what I mean?
That's a good point, and also that would make me wonder on the Jedi's skill level. Like let's say they tried turning a red lightsaber back into a blue lightsaber. If it was someone like Obi-Wan or Anakin, but they were partly unsuccessful, would it become a purple blade, or would it just kind of go back to red? Because if I remember correctly, it's been a while since I read that, because the first time I saw that was in the second volume of the Vader comics from Marvel, and it's a very difficult process to
where he bleeds it, Yeah. Well, like Ahsoka, that's in the first novel that was out.
I need to read her novel. I haven't read her novel yet.
It's actually pretty good. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, there's wait, is it canon or Legends now?
It's canon.
It's canon.
Okay. Yeah, it came out.
It's actually it's pretty good, but it's like what I'd tell people is you have to like Ahsoka.
Yeah,
if you don't really care for the character, like the book is not intense or anything. It's more of a character building novel.
It is, yeah.
So you really have to care for the character. It's not like Dark Disciple where you don't even have to care about friggin' Quinlan Voss. It's still a great book.
Right.
Yeah, a couple of the new canon books I want to read. I want to read the new Thrawn books because Timothy Zahn came back to write them. I want to read the Tarkin book, and I want to read the Master and Apprentice book, and obviously Ahsoka as well.
Has anyone read Queen's Shadow, the Padme one?
No,
I haven't either. I've had it saved in my library for months and months.
There's another one as well, Queen's Peril.
Yeah, the second one came out. Yeah, but I haven't even read the first one yet. But I've had it in my library.
Similar to Ahsoka, I've heard that they're good character building books, but the story itself is not really nothing really happens.
Well,
but
I mean, for people like us, that's fine.
Yeah, exactly. That's what to me. That's what I like when people say they didn't like Rogue One. They just like the last act. Man, I liked all of it. I don't care if it was slow.
Me too.
I liked all of it, man.
Yep, all of it.
It's great.
Jeddah City was cool.
Yeah, I thought with Everton, I thought that Rogue One might have been better had it been a TV show. It had the first season basically been them trying to get the Death Star plans like over long term, because it probably would take a long time. Maybe. But then again, I could be wrong. They could have just been the same plot, just dragged out and not been good. But, they could have just had more time building up the characters. So as people whining about, I don't know what this character is.
I think it works best in a movie format. And
it works.
The specific reason why it works best in a movie format, I think, is the Vader scene at the end.
Oh, yeah.
So you have the whole build-up throughout the whole movie of that. And then when it's happening in front of you and filmed like from the perspective of the rebel soldiers and stuff, like it puts fear in your heart,
Yeah.
And I feel like if you were to only, because I go back and watch the Vader scene on its own and I don't get that same feeling. But if I watch Rogue One as a whole and then the Vader scene comes in, like you can feel that. Because
I agree.
For it.
I agree.
Yeah, that's true. Hang on a second. I want to read we had two more comments from about 10 minutes ago. I just want to read them real quick. My buddy Grant says, Star Wars fans are the second most oppressed group behind gamers. Obviously. he's partially joking, but yeah.
Oh yeah,
there's a little bit of truth in that.
I've seen those jokes. That's
You
really
guys,
funny.
And then Ilium says to you, Boogie, nice 50 questions video today. You got none wrong, which is so cool.
Thanks, man. Yeah, it was cool. I like doing like some of the trivia ones, like the Star Wars trivias online. And one of them I did today had like almost 60 questions in it, and that was pretty cool. Most of them aren't that challenging. Like I keep trying to find harder and harder ones, but you know.
Same, man. When I do like these Star Wars trivias, and it says like really hard, and then it's like
right, and then I breeze through it. Yeah,
it's
this
like
one had
like it's like what lightsaber color does Kid Fisto have or something like that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? That's supposed to be like really hard. I'm like maybe to like a guy that casually watches the films, but
yeah, right. Some of the one of the questions on it, because again, this one was supposed to be like really hard, but one of the questions, and the problem is when there actually is like a semi-hard question, they're all multiple choice, and the other answers are so absurd that you're like, okay, it has to be that one. So like one of the questions I got on it was who was in the Phantom Menace, who was Padme's handmaiden that replaced her as queen, like as her body double, and the answers were A, Sabe, B, Anakin, C, Yoda, or D, Jimmy. That's what it said. So I was like, well, if I think about it, I don't think it's Yoda replacing Padme. I know it's not Anakin. Could it be Jimmy? Nah, I don't think it's Jimmy. I'm gonna go with Sabe.
But even that, like Sabe is
right, exactly.
I would say for like Star Wars fans, it's still an easy question. You know what I mean?
Right,
so
for sure.
For the longest time, Sabe. I wouldn't call her Sabe. I'd call her Sabe for something.
I always thought it was Sabe. It is Sabe.
Yeah, I always
right?
call it Sabe. It is Sabe. Yeah.
Gotcha.
On the E and stuff.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, okay.
I remember I did a trivia thing. I didn't do it for a video, but it was like through this online game app my sister and brother-in-law told me about, where you could actually win money. And that night was the Star Wars theme one. Like they do pretty much a lot of these, and they knew that they didn't really know. Like my brother-in-law, he knows a little bit about Star Wars, but not to the extent that we would. So they told me about it and said like, hey, so try this out and so on and so forth. And I got some easy questions, kind of like what you said, and then it gets to one which is like, what is this name of this bioorganic tree thing? And it said about exotic, and it's like, where is this coming from? And then, and then I thought, okay, just this sounds like too normal of a name. That one just sounds all ridiculous. And that one, that doesn't strike. It's probably this one. This one probably is it. And then I got it wrong. It was the third one. It was like the great something something. I thought, okay, what is the great something something? I looked up on Google. It was from the Marvel comics from the 1970s of Star Wars.
Oh wow!
Pre-Dark Horse canon.
See, those are the ones we need. Those are the questions we need.
Like those aren't even technically the expand universe after the 90s. Like even if you want, like we were talking about kyber crystals earlier, if you want to get technical, the first Star Wars book that was not a novelization of the film, Splinter of the Mind's Eye, technically that was not part of the expanding universe because that is essentially the sequel to Star Wars if Star Wars was a bomb in theaters, if the Empire Strikes Back. And it shows like Luke is able to fight Vader and actually cuts off his hand. And thanks to having seen the trilogy, I'm sure people were even more weirded out once, they got to Return of the Jedi after they read that book. But basically, Luke and Leia kind of cuddle, I think. Oh, for the love of God. I'm so glad they did not bump uglies.
Oh, boy. Yikes. Yeah, there was like one or two questions in there that like stumped me a little bit. Like one of them was like, what material is Yoda's cane made out of? And I was like, nope.
Wrong thing.
Yeah, and like that one I had to use a lifeline on because I didn't know it off the top of my head. And I can't even remember what it was called. So so don't ask me.
Use a lifeline, you couldn't buy a vowel?
Yeah, no, it had like it gave you 3. One of them was like see what most people answered in like percentages, and then one of them was like axe 2 of them, and then so it gave you a 50-50 shot. I don't even remember what the other one was. I didn't use it.
By the way, Boogie, I have a question. your video, your trivia video. What did you use to make that video? Like what platform?
For like the editing software.
Exactly. So like for you to have your video on the side and like the background, I think was the quiz and stuff.
Right. Yeah. So I use for video software, I use Filmora, and I did buy it. It was like $50, I think, which is kind of expensive. But I'm already like really into like graphic design and like Photoshop and that stuff, so I didn't mind spending the money for it. But it's called Filmora, Filmora.
Is there any video software you recommend that's either like cheaper but functional without a lot of the?
I'll be honest, I have no idea.
Okay, because I usually do. Go ahead, Revan.
I just want to say I used to do my lore videos with just with Movie Maker, and actually would turn out pretty good.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, back in the
Movie Maker is like one everyone uses for free.
Yeah, it's not bad. I used to use Movie Maker on my channel back in like 2010 or whenever when I kind of first started making videos. There was like a bunch of bad comedy skits that are not on my channel anymore. I deleted them in a drunken rage.
Right.
A couple years ago. But after that, I kind of want some more like effects, not effects, but like transitional wipes, titles, cards, and whatnot. And I got Coral Video Studio X5. And some people who I watched on YouTube, one was like Todd in the Shadow or something, said Coral Video Studio from when he was using it sucked. I thought, well, it was fine when I used it, dude. Maybe it was just the version you had. But now I can't even get it to run on my laptop anymore, because my laptop is way out of date. I just need a new one.
Yeah.
And I haven't done any edit-based videos in a long time. The last time I did an edit-based video was like a review to the season finale of How I Met Your Mother or something back in like 2014 or 14.
Wow.
And that took me a couple days to edit because I wrote out a little script and then I had to look up clips on YouTube that fit that scene and edit together and whatnot.
Right. Yeah. Oh man, but I don't have a webcam. So what I'm doing right now, I downloaded an app on my phone. So my webcam is my phone. And so I ran that. It runs like StreamYard that we're using right now recognizes it as like a webcam, but it's like an app on my phone.
Oh, so you're just using your webcam right now? I mean,
my phone, yeah, as a webcam, yeah. Like the app makes it like recognize as a webcam. I need to get one, but I wasn't ready to drop that much money on one.
Yeah. I think I saw a couple yesterday when I was buying my microphone at Best Buy. I think I saw a couple for as low as $40 and then some up to like $130. I thought that's ridiculous. Yeah. And that's kind of when I was with my mic. Saw one for $40. No, that's gonna be a crap microphone. Saw something for $130. Heck no, this was like $70. I'll go with that. Bought 2-year warranty for an extra $12 or whatever in tax. So yeah, $91 well spent. And let me look at the comments here. Let's see.
Yeah, I was about to say I think Ilium asked a good one.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, Ilium. Grant Evans, I know you didn't ask me, but probably Minecraft first-person Star Wars mod, riveting story, and just way better all the films. What about you?
It was Grant that asked the question. Right above that.
Oh, you're right. Question: the top 3 favorite Star Wars games for all 3 of you. Go. New or just all around?
I'm assuming any.
Yeah, I'll assume all around.
Favorite Star Wars games, huh?
I am. This isn't in any particular order, but top 3. Battlefront 2, the original Battlefront 2, not the one from a couple years ago. I would probably put Fallen Order up there just because I really enjoyed it. And then I'm a big MMO person, so Star Wars: The Old Republic, with all the storylines on it, I really, really liked. I know KOTOR, like people look down on SWTOR in favor of KOTOR, but like I really enjoyed it. I like MMOs.
I never played SWTOR because it wouldn't run.
Elder Scrolls Online.
So I have no frame of reference. The only MMO I played is DCUO.
Gotcha. What'd you ask, Rev?
Do you play Elder Scrolls Online?
No, I haven't played that. Sounds like something I'd enjoy though, from what I've seen from it.
It's pretty cool. I used to play it back in the day.
Would you say your top favorite Star Wars games are 3, Revan?
Number 1 will have to be Battlefront 2, but the new one. Number 2 would be the old one. I'll explain why I put the new one before the old one. The old one is better in terms of everything, basically. Just not in terms of everything, but in terms of capabilities, anything but like graphics and mechanics, obviously, because it's an older game. But you know what I mean? I'm still going to judge it by which game would I rather play right now.
Yeah.
And the graphics just play a big part for me, and the mechanics and the way Battlefront 2 turned out to be, not at launch, but the way it turned out to be later on was really good. Like if they would have released the game the way it turned out to be like 2 years later, that would have been an amazing game. And number 3, but like when it comes to overall feel, Battlefront 2, the old game would be number 1.
Yeah.
And number 3 is it's hard because I like the Force Unleashed games and I like KOTOR.
Oh yeah, true.
So I like Fallen Order as well, but I don't think I would put Fallen Order in front of KOTOR.
Yeah. Yeah.
Really
I need to look back into hopping back into new Battlefront because I know it's really good now. Maybe we could play it.
It is really good, yes.
Yeah, I was resistant to buying any of the new Battlefronts because I heard so much flack about the first one. Then I heard the second one like barely fared better because you actually had like some aspects of the game. It wasn't like the first game where pay full price, get half a game, the rest is DLC you have to pay for. And I heard second one was, pay to win and all that, loot boxes. And I thought, oh, this sounds like it's gonna be crap. But Revan told me last year that, oh no, they did away with a bunch of the stupid stuff. Get it? So I thought, okay, roll the dice. And I love it. So I probably would put the new Battlefront 2 in my top 3 because I play that a lot. I think I play that even more than Jedi Fallen Order. And comparing it to the original Battlefront 2, it's apples and oranges. And I will say I actually prefer the original Battlefront to the original Battlefront 2, to be quite honest.
Me too, bro.
Just because there's a couple maps that the second one didn't have, even though
the best bin maps are my 2 favorite maps on there. Both of them.
Same here.
Absolutely loved them. Yep. And I can't tell you how many hours I spent over my friend's house and my cousin's house on the PS2 just playing the shit out of Battlefront 1 and 2. Same here. Like so many hours. That's all we did.
One thing I will say that Battlefront 2 could learn from, just learn from itself. I mean, when they finally added the rebellion against the Empire era into the game, they added a supremacy mode, which I was so glad, but they didn't have the mode where you actually go up into the ships. Now it kind of makes sense because you couldn't. There wasn't really a lot of rebels going on Star Destroyers or them going onto the Mon Calamari cruisers and whatnot.
Right.
So it kind of makes sense, but have the same functionality at least.
Yeah. Well, that's one thing I would say that Battlefront 2 and Battlefront 1 had it also, but like it wasn't nearly as good as it was in Battlefront 2, the originals I'm talking about. Galactic Conquest was one of my favorite things ever. Yeah. Like how awesome was Galactic Conquest? Just getting to go over and do each battle individually, getting your perks and then the space battles and just taking over the galaxy for whichever faction you chose.
Yes.
Like if they would put Galactic Conquest into new Battlefront 2, which I don't know, maybe they have, I would probably never not play it.
Yeah, and have it both for online mode and for single player. That way, someone can get good at it with single player. Then online mode, you can have teams with a group of people and so forth, and you can have tournaments and so forth. That would really increase the online play for it.
Yeah.
But what was I saying? I was going to answer with the other 2 favorites.
Right.
I love the Force Unleashed because I noticed that Ilium also put a few things down. He says his number 1 is the Force Unleashed, but I think I honestly prefer Jedi Fallen Order to the Force Unleashed because while the Force Unleashed, it's kind of, good old hack and slash is basically God of War with Star Wars. That's how I think of it as, at least. Right. But I like Fallen Order because it's much more grounded. You feel like you are relearning the Force with this one guy, and you have some abilities you don't have before, like the wall run and then force pull. I mean, yeah, you do have force levitate and so forth and force push, but not really a force pull and whatnot, except for like maybe when you're choking somebody, you throw your lightsaber and force unleashed. But for my third favorite, I'm probably going to go with KOTOR. And like I said, I've never played SWTOR, so I have no frame of reference for that. I tried installing it on my laptop, and my laptop was not up to par, and it just froze on me. So I just said, okay, I'll pass along. But the only critique I have about SWTOR is not even because of the game itself, but it's because of one of the tie-in novels to be a in-between of the first two KOTORs and SWTOR, which was the Revan novel.
Right.
Because the guy who wrote it also wrote the Darth Bane trilogy, and he's the guy who wrote the first KOTOR game and is basically the creator of Revan. But it was just one book, and I asked him on Twitter once, why was it just one book? Why wasn't it a trilogy like Darth Bane? Was it a time thing? And he didn't really answer my question. He said something that was unrelated, so I thought, did I ask wrong or something? It just might have. I assume it was probably a time-related thing. He only had time to write one book, and because they wanted to have Revan Fest. I just thought the book could have been so much better. I loved it the first time I read it, but I read it after playing the games again, and I just thought there's so much missing. Where's Zalbar? He has a life debt to Revan. I can't remember what the explanation was for that. And mission, I imagine, Karth went back to the Republic. Juhani went back to the Jedi Temple, and Jolie Bindo probably went just somewhere else. But
went back to where he was.
But I was just being wondering, where's Mission and Zalbar? The other people I can buy, HK-47, TM, whatnot, they'd be doing this and that. And I just thought the novel did a disservice to why is there no mention of Creo? Not some, like, it wouldn't make sense for Revan when he gets his mask back and, basically all his memories come flooding back, for maybe to him have one or two chapters like where he flashes back to training with Kreia and reflecting on her teachings and how he reflects on that now with new experiences and so forth. And also have a bunch of chapters dedicated to the exile, Mitra Sutric, because she was a great character from KOTOR too. She deserved.
Are you talking about the novel?
Yeah.
Yeah, the novel's not that good.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it was okay, but it was just disappointing. Like, I loved it the first time I read it. Second read after playing the games, I thought this could have been so much better.
Yeah. Well, I will say, if you're ever able to run SWTOR nicely, check it out, because I really freaking like it, especially if you like MMOs.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about building a PC because my friend Grant and a couple others tell me to build a tower and so forth.
It'll change your life. It really will.
Yeah, and also
a nice PC.
Because I've been pondering since I've mainly been making videos or doing live streams of video games on my PS4. I've realized that I'm probably gonna be ending up replaying some games unless I figure out a way to play some other ones, because I find it absolutely stupid how for the PlayStation Network, any purchases you made on the PlayStation Network from the PS3, you don't have access to on the PS4. Like,
yeah, that's really weird.
Yeah, I can understand not have, if say, I can't download Infamous Festival of Blood from my PS3 to my PS4, but why can't I play PS1 or PS2 games? Why can't I play Starfighter, Bounty Hunter, Dark Forces, Crash Bandicoot? I'm not asking for upgraded graphics. I'm just asking for what I purchased for.
Right. I actually have Bounty Hunter and Starfighter on my PS4.
Yeah.
It came with something. I don't remember what I bought, that it was in a bundle and it came with it.
Oh, really?
But for PC, dude, you can get all the old games. All of them. Anyone that you want. It's on there. On Steam or something.
Yeah, that's what I heard. And I also heard something about how I could basically take my PS3, get an HDMI splitter, have one end run into my TV so I can play the game, have the other end run into a tower, and then I can stream it to YouTube. So that way I'm technically, streaming from my console nonetheless, but through an actual computer.
Yep. Or most of those games have controller support. If you do end up with a PC, you could just plug the controller right into the PC and play it.
Okay, I'll definitely.
Yeah.
I want to get through some of these comments. They're just coming in. Grant.
Oh man.
He answered to Ilium. I know it's kind of ranging between them. 18 neat. Oh wait, neat. Didn't know that was a thing. Well, I like the original Battlefront 2 game on PC back in the day. I tried a modded version of that, and I was impressed they had an Alderaan map. And I also liked playing Dark Force 2 with my grandpa when I was a kid. That's another reason I want to build a tower, because I love Dark Forces 2 so much. I have a physical hard disk of it. Can't get it to run on a PC without modding it. So I might as well build a tower and just purchase it on Steam.
Right. Well, and I if you plan on doing that, I would go on Steam, like making a Steam account right now and get those games, because I mentioned it on the stream me, Ilium, and Rev did the other night. The Steam winter sale's going on right now. Mm-hmm. All of those old Star Wars games are like $3.
Really?
Yep, $3. So even if you're not ready to get a PC or anything, just so you can have them in your library already, make an account and go buy them, because they're $3.
Okay, I think I'll definitely do it. And question, do they have the old X-Wing and TIE simulators?
I can check.
And while I do that, I'll read some more comments.
Totally.
That his number 2 game was Revenge of the Sith. That's another great one I was playing.
Yes, it is. That one's not on Steam, sadly.
Yeah. And then he says Force Unleashed 2. Really 2 over the original? I mean, 2, I do admit 2 did clean up the mechanics of combat a little bit. The problem is it's just so short. You can literally knock it out in 2.5 hours tops.
Right.
What?
Force Unleashed 2.
Oh yeah.
Which game did you want to know about?
X-Wing or TIE Fighter, like the original ones on PC. I'm not sure if they're called simulators, but just X-Wing or TIE Fighter.
There's X-Wing vs. TIE Fighter, X-Wing Special Edition, X-Wing Alliance.
Yeah.
Any of those?
Yeah, I think those sound about right.
Yeah, they're $3.50 right now.
Okay, I'll definitely have to play them. And wait a minute, Grant says he still needs to play the Force Unleashed. Man, you've been friends for how long? You still haven't played the Force Unleashed? I was up in Ohio. I could have loaned you my tin copy. Oh, dude, you disappointed me. Oh wait, no. I can't remember.
Right.
You said the Lord said.
But the winter sale ends on January 5th. So.
Okay, I got time. I'll probably do that tomorrow. I was gonna help my mom tomorrow, but she's not feeling so I don't think it's anymore. And it looks like just talking back and forth, so I don't really need to reading their comments. Yeah, I'll be a bad person. Okay, I gotta go to the bathroom for a second. I'll be right back.
Okay. Let me read a comment. Yeah, Grant said PC Master Race. Hell yeah. Ilium said I grew up with PlayStation, but now he realized PC is super cool. Yeah, I was always PlayStation 2. From PlayStation 2 to PlayStation 3 and then 4, and then I got my PC, and I have no plans of getting a console ever again.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. I just don't use it. The only game that I like even still have my PlayStation for is MLB The Show, and I think that's coming to PC next year. So I'll have it then, hopefully, if they do it. I really hope they do. But it's been a PlayStation exclusive forever.
Yeah, I never got into PC gaming. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, you can also get controllers and stuff.
Yeah, you can use them, you know. What's crazy is like it feels so different switching to mouse and keyboard when you've been on a controller your whole life. And like it's really weird and it makes you hesitant and like not want to do it. But once you like just commit and go for it, like you learn it and you end up seeing like how much better it is. Like it's pretty crazy. Right. Not to be one of those people that are like, oh, it's stupid if you're playing on console or whatever, because it's not. Like, you play what you want. You have fun. That's the whole point of it.
Oh, yeah, we all know that PC is better. Like, you know what I mean? Even console players know that PC.
Right. Right. Well, I think there's a lot of misconceptions about it too, because like a lot of people thinks it's like crazy expensive, but it's really not. You can build a good PC that can outperform any console for like 350, $400 if if you do it right.
Or you just buy it, but that's a bit more expensive, I think.
Yeah, just pre-builts are always going to be more expensive. So like it's always better to buy your own. Ilium Battlefront 2 2017, the new one is $10 on Steam. Yes, it is. Battlefront 2, the new one, is like $10 on Steam right now. It's crazy. It's been that cheap for a long time too. That's not even just because of the sale.
I've seen that some people do some quite the impressive mods with the new one on Steam. Like they actually include Ahsoka, and that's something I've been curious. Why is there no Ahsoka in?
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff that should be
really
added
dumb.
to it.
That's really dumb. There's no Coruscant.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no Jango Fett. I mean, all they have to do is basically literally repaint Boba. It doesn't even have to be a separate character. It can just be a separate skin.
Right. Well, it would have different guns, but I mean, how hard is that to do?
True.
You know?
I switched to bourbon.
Yeah, I was telling Revan how good bourbon is last night, and he told me he hated it.
Well, what kind have you tried? It just depends.
I was about to say.
You got to try some that's like a Kentucky bourbon. Like that's the best type of bourbon.
Woodford, right here. That's mine.
Mine I'm drinking tonight. I don't really recommend to other people. It's just 101 proof wild turkey. Sometimes.
Oh yeah, there you go. I like wild turkey.
I'll drink this if I'm really depressed.
Yeah, wild turkey's gonna set a couple people back, but like, yeah, you give me a little bit of this and a good cigar, and I'm chilling.
I haven't smoked in years.
I don't have cigars all that often, but like a cigar every now and then is pretty dope.
You and my friend Zach would probably get along well. What was that? What was I gonna? I was gonna say something before about it's ridiculous they don't include things like Ahsoka, a Coruscant map, and it makes sense considering there was a Battle of Coruscant in the movies.
Yeah, right. Like, why wouldn't that not be in there? It's just something so basic and simple that.
Especially in the Starfighter, like I didn't like the Starfighter itself, but it would so make sense to have Battle of Coruscant there.
Right.
Why is there not a Tantive 4 map from Princess Leia's blockade runner from the original movie before they get captured?
Yeah, for real.
And
what else we got?
I was trying to learn.
Says he's got a bottle of wild turkey at his bar.
Hell yeah! He put the same company. Oh, he mistyped the first time. He put Austin instead of Ace. I thought, well, wait, why did you put Austin?
Okay, so it's confused.
I love autocorrect.
Right. I've been a little confused here sometimes when someone says Ace, because that's a lot of my like screen names on my my social media names is Ace. Oh. And then like when I made the Star Wars thing, I just changed it from Ace Boogie to Darth Boogie. But like that's what most of my stuff is like on Instagram and everything. It's like what I have. So like every time I see it, I do like a double take. I'm like, wait, are you talking to me?
I get you. Well, something else I was going to say before when we were, because what was it? I haven't drank that much. I'm already losing my.
That's what I'm saying. Straight to your head, man.
Oh yeah, I remember something I was going to say earlier because Ilium reminded me something about from The Force Unleashed 2 that I kind of wanted to talk about when we were talking about books. I mentioned the Callista books. Something that there's some concept that was introduced in The Force Unleashed. I thought it could have been expanded upon more if they did a sequel game. When Coda says to the clone, no one can clone a Jedi. It's everyone that thought, oh, that's stupid because, Palpatine was cloned in the Dark Empire comics, even though those had a mixed reception. And I can understand the reasoning because even though it's only worse after the prequels come out because, the Chosen One prophecy was added in. But I think the reason the whole idea of no one can clone a Jedi, the reason it worked for Palpatine is he's not a Jedi. He's a Sith. He's a dark side user. And the Callista trilogy made me think of something. In the first one, obviously, Callista is her spirit is trapped in basically a computer, and then one of Luke's students, decides to sacrifice herself because her boyfriend, who's in a droid's body, his spirit's in the droid's body, she decides to die with him and basically becomes one with the Force. But she's like, "Oh, by the way, Callista, you can have my body now." Somehow, Callista's Force essence is able to kind of transform the pupil's body to resembling her more, for reasons, and that I can accept, but at the end of the book, she finds out, wait, I can't connect to the Force anymore. I can't use the Force, and Luke can't even feel her in the Force. And that made me think: Jedi? Can Jedi not be cloned, or if their spirit is separated from the real body, can they not become one with the Force because it's basically them not becoming one with the Force, and it's unnatural? Because then in the Darksaber book, Callista briefly touches back the Force again on Dagobah with Luke when she gets angry and touches in the dark side. I think, is that the only way you can get back in touch with the Force if you're a clone or basically reincarnated in a new body, is if you use the dark side? And that's why they say no one can clone a Jedi, because you essentially need the dark side to be resurrected. And that would also explain why Sabaoth from the Thrawn books, was essentially crazy. And maybe some people would say, well, that still doesn't explain Starkiller. Well, his clone would have been trained by Vader in the ways of the dark side, so he would have gotten back into the Force that way.
Yeah. No, I mean, that makes perfect sense. I feel like you'd almost have to, because I feel like a Jedi, like a true Jedi, why would they want to be cloned? You know what I mean? Exactly. They don't have the desire for that. The whole reason for them cloning themselves is to be able to live on and keep control and power through on however long they can go. Jedi wouldn't crave that. So
yeah, and like Yoda said, like Jedi would have learned to, rejoice for their friends that become one with the Force, and they would want they would want people to rejoice for them for becoming one with the Force. They'd want to be a part of the Force.
Definitely, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, even if they can't become Force ghosts or even Force voices like Qui-Gon.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. I'll be right back.
It's all good.
Yeah, that was one of my ideas for a couple videos I want to do, but I just need to get my laptop fixed and re-upload reinstall my video editing software so that I can maybe make a couple lore videos.
Which video editing software do you use?
I was using Coral Video Studio. If I can't get it to work long term, I might just go with Windows Media Player, because I just want to do some things where a couple.
Is it for free?
What?
Is it for free, or is it?
I think there's a free trial version of Coral, but I have a physical CD of it that I bought back in 2013, 2012 or something.
Mm-hmm.
For like $60 or $40. I got it on sale because the next version was coming out. Hold on, let's see what Ilium says. As for Starkiller, we still don't know if he was a clone in Force Unleashed 2. It was left ambiguous. Yeah, kind of, but at the same time, who knows? I mean, in the Force Unleashed 1, Vader says that Vader and the Emperor basically say that, oh, he's dead, and Coda kind of felt, his spirit leave him and whatnot, and said to Juno, like, he held on to one beautiful thing, even at the end, which was, you, Juno, and whatnot.
I'm trying to find a place to download Windows Movie Maker, but for some reason, all sites that I can find, it's like fake. It's not the real Movie Maker. It's like you can't find it anymore, bro.
I think Google would have cracked down it because that Windows Media Player was through.
Can't hear you well.
You can't hear me? You hear me now? How about now? I think your screen froze.
Yeah, I did. What did you say?
Well, I was saying that I think Google might have cracked down
Oh, right.
Windows Media Player because it's free editing software, and now they make so much money from free ad revenue. They don't want to make it too easy. I'm sure that they have some deals with editing software companies and whatnot.
Oh, one thing I hate. There's no way. I don't know which. It sounds like along the same topic you guys are talking about. I just sat back down, obviously. Photoshop. You can't just like outright buy Photoshop anymore. You have to pay Adobe's like monthly subscription thing for it.
They made it into a subscription.
It's been a subscription for like a year and a half now, and it's the most annoying thing ever.
Well,
You can't just outright buy Photoshop.
I have a good video editing app that I also pay. I think it's $5 a month only.
Yeah. I mean, Adobe's is I just have the basic Photoshop package, and it's like $10 a month. But like every couple months, if you try to leave it or cancel your subscription, you can get them to give you like 3 months free, or they'll drop it to $7.99 for the next year. But yeah, you just have to threaten to quit.
You can do the same thing with Audible. Actually,
Oh, really?
You can get Audible for free or for half price. Yeah, for half price. Sorry, you can get it for half price all the time.
Oh, wow.
It's funny.
It's easy
free
because if you get Audible, you can get it for 3 months for half price.
Right.
Or actually, your first time you can even get it 3 months for free.
Right.
You can get it three months for half price, and once you quit after those 3 months, they you come to like a next screen. They're like, "Are you sure you want to leave?" And when you say yes, and they bring you to the next screen, it says, "Well, we can like cut the price 50% for you to stay for like 1 month. You can do this over and over again every month." And trust me, I did it.
Yeah,
and,
hell yeah.
Sometimes it even says 3 months. It's crazy.
Yeah,
so,
that's awesome because like Audible's something I really wanted, but mainly for the Star Wars books. But like, it's so damn expensive.
Yeah, I've had. Well, it's not really that expensive because I've had it for years now, and I just paid $10 once a month, just one time. And let me explain to you why it's not expensive, even if you would pay full price. Once you read a book, I think within half a year, once you read a book, you can just give it back and you get your credit, and you can just buy a new book with the same credit.
Really?
Oh, really?
So basically, you can just get it for 1 month. If you read one book per month, you can just get it for 1 month and pay one time $5. Or even if you do a free trial, you can just pay nothing, and you can just get books over and over again for free.
All right.
So, it's really cool, man.
Yeah, definitely.
It's great. This video is sponsored by
Audible. Sponsored by Chameleon Grogu too. Should I whip that out?
Yeah.
Chameleon Grogu with. That looks so funny. Oh my god!
You said you spent how much on that at Walmart?
$2.
$2. That's a steal. And granted, he's afraid, so he's blending into the background, but he looks pretty good for a $2 bag.
Right? Yeah. Here, I can turn my green screen off for the thing real quick.
Okay, show the audience.
Yeah. So he's not bad looking for a $2 plush, you know.
He does have the big eyes. Mine, as you could see, I actually bought from the Disney website, and this was when they were kind of having a small waiting period. This was, I think, $25, maybe $30 online.
Right.
But he seems to be the right proportions and whatnot. It looks pretty good.
I just think it's so funny because he's green, and how that ends up looking.
Maybe it's him becoming one with the Force.
Right, exactly. Oh man, that'd be really funny. Actually.
Oh no, I think the image of a dying baby Yoda into anyone's mind.
That's a new theory video. There we go. How Grogu transcends into the Force when Ben Solo shows up.
Oh god. I'm seeing those memes. I'm thinking, please,
yes,
Filoni deviate. Not because for the sole purpose of, oh, we don't want Grogu to die, even though we don't want him to die. It's the thing of, we don't want the sequel trilogy.
It's true.
Yeah.
How do you guys feel about the name Grogu?
I like it. I don't mind it.
I don't mind it either. I know there's actually quite a few people that seem to have a problem with it. And some, probably within that first couple of days, I heard some people say it sounds too much like Goku. And fair, it's really, it doesn't distract me that much.
All right. Well, like, we needed a name for him. We can't let they couldn't continue. I mean, Disney, like, as a brand, they couldn't continue to let people run around and call him Baby Yoda. You know what I mean? I mean, people are still going to, but now you have something to actually put on the merchandise.
Yeah, other than the child.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the child was really, that was annoying, man.
Yeah, like I said, I never really referred to him as a child. I always just kept saying Baby Yoda, even though I know I shouldn't have. But
everybody did.
Yeah, everyone did. But I haven't seen any new pops, but I'm sure that that's probably going to be the first thing is the Funko Pops. That's going to probably have Grogu on it instead of the child.
Yeah, probably. I actually had a little theory for what they could have potentially named him. I think I might have said this the other night when we were streaming with Katarn, Revan, but I thought there was like two names that I thought they probably would have came up with for him. They would have taken whatever the name is for the language that Yoda came from, that his manners of dialect comes from, like backwards talking he does. Like they've taken whatever language that's based on and found a translation into that language from the child into that, and then take that name and use it for Baby Yoda. I thought that was probably what they would have gone with, which I think it was based on some offshoot of Yiddish or something. I'm probably wrong about that.
For what? For the name Yoda?
For the name for Baby Yoda.
Oh, for Grogu? Yeah, I don't know. But it's funny that we're talking about this because going back to that trivia video I did, one of the questions was Yoda, what does Yoda's name actually mean? Apparently it comes from Sanskrit. I didn't know that. Sanskrit, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it means warrior in Sanskrit.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only other name I thought they could have potentially used for Baby Yoda, and I know I said this to Revan, was the Mandalorian is partly influenced. It's obviously influenced by Star Wars and Westerns, but it's also influenced by this manga from way back when, like before the 80s, called Lone Wolf and Cub. It's about this samurai who basically becomes an outcast and a Ronin, and his little toddler son basically decides to follow him the rest of his life, and his son's name was Daigoro. And the dynamic is kind of similar to between Mando and Baby Yoda. And I thought maybe they'll be, give the inspiration into Baby Yoda's name and name him Daigoro or Daigo or something like that. Didn't happen, but I wasn't disappointed. I thought Grogu was fine.
Yeah, no, I like it.
The only problem I have with Grogu is I don't think it's a good name. I think it's like, I don't think it's doesn't sound as compelling as, I don't know, Master Yoda.
I thought that as at first, but then, like, I don't know, I guess the more I said it, the more it kind of just rolled off the tongue, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, you have Yoda and Yaddle. What do you want to call him? Like, Yeedle? I don't know.
All I can say, Revan, is imagine him in 200-300 years, and he's become Master. He's become Master Grogu.
Master Grogu. Right.
Because I think the now 40 years of cultural osmosis of associating Master Yoda with our individual cultures and whatnot.
For sure.
Hearing Yoda just rolls off the tongue. We know what we associate with it. Grogu's still a relatively new character, so it's going to take some time.
It does sound like a Pokemon, though. It really does.
Now that you've said it, I'm gonna just keep thinking
Grogu,
that.
It sounds like a Pokemon. Yeah.
or just add Mon, it'll sound like a Digimon. Grogumon.
Grogumon, right? Yeah, there you go. Oh no. Oh man, he's gonna evolve into like Grogadon or something.
He'll evolve into that Yoda Gollum thing from Yoda's Dark Vision.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I like that Yoda Gollum kind of mix. That was actually
funny. Right.
That was funny. That was so a Gollum ripoff though.
Right. Yeah.
It was such a steal.
Does anyone else ever notice there's a lot of parallels between Lord of the Rings and Star Wars?
Oh yeah. There's also a lot of parallels between Dragon Ball and Star Wars. I find.
I have not watched a single Lord of the Rings thing.
What?
Yeah, fair enough.
Yep.
I can understand it.
I trying to figure out how to say this without getting hated on. Kind of like how we make fun of Star Trek people, or some Star Wars people do. It's like it's the whole Star Trek versus Star Wars thing. I've always just like kind of looked down on Lord of the Rings, and I don't know why. One of the movies was on TV. Like this was only a couple years ago too. It was one of the newer ones, and I turned it on, and I was watching. It was in the middle of the movie. And it was literally just like 40 minutes went on of just this like battle where there was like no dialogue, and this elf guy was like shooting arrows everywhere for like 40 minutes. And I was watching it. I'm like, okay, like this looks cool. And then like 10 minutes went by, and I was like, okay, like is it gonna move on? And then like 15 minutes went by, and I was like, is it gonna move on? And then it was like 40 minutes, and I was like, okay, I can't keep watching this.
Sounds like you were watching Return of the King.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Probably.
Was the elf guy shooting the giant elephant?
Well, that's the thing, man. You have to watch.
I don't remember that. Well, that's what. Yeah, I mean, like I would give it a chance. I would go watch it. Maybe I'll do like a reaction thing to it for my channel. But
all I can say is watch the theatrical cuts, because the extended cuts, well, they're the extended cuts. How do you think an extended cut of what's already a 3-hour movie? In terms of
exactly right. Yeah, it was like some long blonde-haired elf guy.
Legolas. Was it in daytime or night?
Yeah.
Seemed like daytime.
Return
yeah.
of the King, for sure.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, but it literally went on for like 40 minutes, and I was just watching I was trying to watch it, and then I was just like kind of drifting off to my phone. I was like, yeah.
I love the extended editions, man. One of them is almost 5 minutes long, man. 5 hours long.
Yeah. Oof. Well, yeah, see, it's weird because I say that
5 hours long.
I say that, but like, like you guys know how like the original like finished cut of Revenge of the Sith was like 6 hours, and the opening battle of Coruscant was like 3 whole hours. I would sit down and watch all of that.
Hour in a condensed cut later on. But said, okay, we have to make it even shorter than that for the
right. I would sit down and watch an entire 3-hour battle of Coruscant.
Yeah, would anyone watch extended cuts of the entire 6 episodes of George Lucas?
Oh yeah, 100%, totally. Bro. Yeah.
It'd be a hassle to include some of those.
I don't know why they don't release that. I really don't.
Oh God, I wish. Yeah, that would be so cool.
Well, they released that with Lord of the Rings, which obviously also has a huge fan base, and these are like the most popular editions, the extended editions, So I don't get why they don't do that with Star Wars.
Yeah. I saw. I don't. Also, other disclaimer: I haven't watched like hardly any of the Marvel movies. Doesn't like the newest one or whatever have like the long, drawn out special release or something, where it's like an extra hour?
Endgame?
Maybe, I don't know. Endgame.
I don't know about that. I haven't watched Endgame since it was in theaters. I probably saw it 3-4 times or so.
I've only seen like 3 Marvel movies.
I wish I was getting tired. That's so good. I think
I've seen 4.
Energy drink or something.
Yeah, I've only seen 4 Marvel movies. I've seen all 3 Iron Mans, and then I saw the first Avengers. That's it.
The first Avengers, I think, it's partly because I think the director of the first 2 Avengers movie, Joss Whedon, he is vastly overrated by his fanboys. They're just like, Firefly, Buffy. I just think, shut up. I've seen Firefly. It's not as good as you say. It is good, but not as good as they say. It maintains a cult following status, which I think, okay, it'd be nice if it got more than cult following, but it's not as great as the cult following makes it sound. But then again, that's always what it is with cult followings.
Yeah, I mean, definfinely. Most of that culty stuff, like that's how it is typically.
Yeah, I'd say for what I think are the best Marvel of the MCU movies, I think my favorite is Captain America: Civil War. I think the previous 2 are good, especially the first one, because I like a World War II period piece, and it's done in a tasteful way, even though it has its flaws. It has its flaws.
Right.
Hold on, I want to read one comment that Grant said. Boogeyman legit sounds like a Digimon.
It does.
I think it is one, though. I haven't watched Digimon in years. I'm pretty sure when I had some of the cards back in like third grade or whatever, I remember a Boogeyman.
I never played Digimon. I played Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon.
Well, I couldn't play it because I didn't understand certain card games back then.
Right.
Although in high school I got into playing poker. But
yeah.
I never understand Yu-Gi-Oh!
Well, like I played Yu-Gi-Oh! With whatever rules my friends that knew it played, so I don't even know if I was playing the real thing. But I know I never ever played the real Pokemon card game until like 2 years ago. I learned it and I got really into getting Pokemon cards again. And Pokemon TCG is like really fun. That's a great game. No wonder it's lasted so long.
I never tried the Pokemon games. A friend of mine from high school, Sanan, tried showing me how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! I just couldn't get it. I didn't understand it in the least.
Right. I remember like absolutely nothing of the game details other than you turn some cards sideways. That's what I remember.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah, that's partly what threw me off, and I'm trying to think. I just wanted to quickly shift gears back into what I was saying about
totally.
seeing parallels between Lord of the Rings and Star Wars. Part of the reason I do that is because I think obviously the relationship between Obi-Wan and Luke kind of resembles the relationship between Gandalf and Frodo. I mean, Gandalf, he guided the guy that came before Frodo, Bilbo Baggins, much like how Obi-Wan guided Anakin Skywalker before Luke Skywalker. So I see some parallels, especially considering that the final book that J.R.R. Tolkien did, he wrote notes on, he died before it could be published, but his son Christopher basically took all the notes and made it into a novel and added a couple things they knew would have been in harmony with what his dad wrote into the Silmarillion. We find out that actually Sauron was actually the second in command and the second Dark Lord to his master Melkor, also known as Morgoth. I think that's much like with Vader and the Emperor. Like he's the second Dark Lord and he's basically the second in command. So I think there's a lot of parallels, especially with Lord of the Rings has basically partially a MacGuffin-driven plot, much like the original Star Wars film. Acquire the item, do this with it. At least that's me overthinking it.
Go acquire the special map dagger that points to the Death Star.
I did not see the rise of Palpatine, but I'm familiar with.
You didn't watch it?
No, I was so pissed after The Last Jedi. One viewing.
I understand.
I literally screamed after walking in the parking lot. You don't do that to Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. Yeah. I just remember leaving there because I was I know Revan didn't like it, but I enjoyed The Force Awakens and what it set up. I mean, obviously it had its issues, Rey being the biggest one, and defeating Kylo in her first time touching a lightsaber. That's a massive issue. I hate that. But as a movie as a whole and introducing characters, I thought it was good. I liked the introduction of Finn and Poe was kind of cool, the new gunslinger. But then like all the hype going into The Last Jedi up until the very first teaser trailer came out and it had Luke looking back and he said, "It's time for the Jedi to end." And I remember just being like,
I know what you mean.
That's really weird.
You remember back then people were theorizing that he turned Sith or something. I remember.
Right. Yeah, I know. Remember that? Yeah, and he had like the necklace that had like part of like Vader's crystal in it or something.
That was in material at the time in the books and whatnot. And then it amounted to nothing.
Right. Yeah. Right. Exactly. It wasn't even shown. And like I remember it got released. People found out about it through a Funko Pop because it was around his neck on the pop. That was where the news broke of that first. I'm really into collecting Funko Pops. So.
And Theory said something about it was in like one of the promotional arts or visual dictionaries for the movie and so on.
I'm pretty sure the first time we saw it was in the Funko Pop, but it could have been both of those releasing at the same time.
Yeah, I remember before the Force Unleashed came out, there was some Marvel, obviously some new canon material. There was one called one Marvel comic for Star Wars called Shattered Empire. It was probably like 2-3 issues long, and it had Poe's mom after the Battle of Endor helping Luke infiltrate an Imperial base, and because he wanted to get something from this base, and it had 2 Force trees, like basically trees that were kind of imbued with the power of the Force, or like they were a Force nexus or something. I thought, is it tie into the movies? Because they kept sort of saying the new canon is really going to be tight knitted together. They're all, I thought, is that what it's going to be in these next 3 movies? Like that's why I assumed in my head, because this that's why he went to this Jedi temple, was to take these trees with them and rebuild the Order. And wait, no, nothing.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'd be a liar if I did not say that I loved The Force Awakens when it first came out. But
I wouldn't say I loved it, but I did.
But blinded by nostalgia, hindsight.
Right?
Sucks.
Yeah, exactly. It was a big nostalgia thing.
Yeah, and
for me, what you guys what you Boogie mentioned with Ray, that was just
it's beyond.
It was too big, man. It was too major of
stupid.
Yeah,
exactly. Too major of a plot hole, kind of, to have Ray be that powerful. It just didn't fit within the whole universe to me. So I like Finn, man. I liked Finn. I like Poe. But
I think we all should like Finn and Poe. I mean, there wasn't any issues with them until they sent him on a Dora the Explorer trip to the space casino.
Yeah. Oh my God!
Literally, while I'm sitting in the theater watching The Last Jedi, that was my thought running through my head. Was said, you need to go find the guy with the red plum bloom, or whatever the hell they called it. And I was thinking, I was like, okay, so it sounds like Backpack just told Dora to go find that with the map. I swear to God, that was my thought in the theater. I was like, this is like a freaking Dora the Explorer episode.
They just didn't consult map.
Right. They didn't ask map. What the hell? How you gonna ignore map?
And also, you would think that Maz would just be like, oh, rather than go find him, like, here's his comm frequency. Just call him up and you're in a pitch.
Right, yeah. And then they had him there, and it was like he's like rolling the dice and everything, and then they get freaking tased, and it's just like, okay, whatever.
And I remember that he sees them, almost has a concerned look on his face. You would think,
and then looks away. He's like, why do these people just get tased in front of me?
For illegal parking. But then again, it could have been on the Los Angeles PD.
Oh man, no, I knew.
I mean, Finn's a black guy, so it makes sense.
Yeah. I knew, and it's weird because it's not even the first scene of the movie, but the first scene of the movie was really bad. But I knew that we were in for a rough ride when Luke threw the saber over the shoulder. When that happened, I remember my whole theater just went, huh? Like, and then I was just, from then on, it was just all downhill. But the one of the worst things that The Last Jedi did that I think isn't talked about as much is the complete character assassination of General Hux.
That has been talked about by some people.
I don't see it talked about as much, though. Like, if you watch The Force Awakens and then you watch The Last Jedi right away, Hux in The Force Awakens give this giant, like, rage-filled Hitler-esque speech in front of all the soldiers, and his eyes, and his eyes are like bloodshot because he's screaming so loud, and you're watching that like, oh my God, like this dude is sick and twisted. And then The Last Jedi opens up with a yo mama joke.
That was, I think that was mentioned in a couple of Mahler videos. I'm not sure if it was a stream or one of his unbridled rage videos, but yeah, he did mention, how Hux went from like borderline scary Nazi villain to incompetent slapstick.
Exactly. Right. It starts with a yo mama joke and the whole like prank phone call, and then like Snoke appears and just like slams him on the ground, and everyone's that
yo mama joke. I rolled my eyes and thought, oh God, there's so Marvel humor in this.
It was so bad.
It was so Marvel.
I have an urgent message about his mother.
And the sad part is the Marvel humor was not always as bad as it is now, but because you watch the phase 1 of the MCU, some of the jokes are, like they're actually different from everything post Guardians. Because once you get up to Guardians of the Galaxy, everything changed and everything kind of, turned it up to 11 to basically be on par with Guardians because it was a movie that nobody believed in, kind of like the original Star Wars. And they thought, oh, wow, it did so good. Let's, use this humor and incorporate into the rest of the movies.
Yeah.
Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah. Terrible humor.
But the moment he throws his the lightsaber over his shoulders, I remember this. Yep. This was my facial reaction. I thought,
yeah, right, yep. And you know what's really crazy for me, growing up, loving the prequels. Obviously, before Disney bought Star Wars and there was all this new content, it was the older trilogy fans that kind of hated on the prequels. And while some still do, more and more people have come to love the prequels. But for me, being a kid watching that, and I was like, I love these. Like, how can anyone hate? Like, how can you hate Star Wars? And I was just thinking, I didn't understand it. And when The Last Jedi came out, I tried to force myself to like it, but I left the theater super confused with my friend. And like we had these just puzzled looks on our faces, and like I would watch a YouTube video explaining why it's so good, and then I would watch a YouTube video explaining why it's so bad, and like at the end of each video that would be my opinion. And then I saw a video, and I have no memory of who it was, but I saw a video that said basically it was like to help people confused about The Last Jedi, and it said basically whatever your feelings were when you left the theater, that's your gut feeling. It's probably correct. Go with that. And then from then on, I was just like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, this sucks. Like, I felt like betrayed and all kinds of stuff. It was terrible.
Yeah, I'd be a liar. Go ahead, Revan.
Most people that hate the prequels or hated the prequels and are starting to love them now,
exactly,
never really hated them. They just followed the narrative.
Yeah, I think that's true.
I find Anomaly Inc. explains that good in his videos. If you have allowed back then, you didn't have the internet, right? So you had just
not as we have
the narrative, basically.
Right.
And if these people that control the narrative in the media all tell you it's bad because of this and that and this and that, obviously you're going to be kind of forced to dislike it.
I think it was much media so much as like forums of butthurt fans, and basically most prequels and nowadays most of it is just the zombie quoting of Star Wars episode. This is the worst thing since my son.
Yeah,
through Mr. Plinkett.
The George Lucas, my childhood people.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so stupid.
And the funny part is that most prequel haters, they love the sequels. That's the funny part.
It's really weird, isn't it?
I don't understand the logic of that. I think the one person I think had the most pretentious perspective of The Last Jedi was the one guy, Patrick Williams. The guy who said it's a movie about space wizards and whatnot.
Yeah, that's always what people say to discredit your feelings for it.
Yeah, and
it's about space wizards. Shut up. Yeah. It's like, okay, but these are it's the story of Anakin Skywalker is the greatest story ever written.
Definitely one of the greatest stories ever written. I agree.
Anakin?
Yeah, the story of Anakin Skywalker, episodes 1 through 6, is the greatest story ever written. And for someone to be like, for you to know that, especially watching it, because I feel like the people that say that stuff don't really watch, or if they do, they don't care. To just say, oh, it's about space wizards. It's like, no, it's a lot deeper than that.
Yeah, like George said.
Oh, by the way. Well, actually, I sent the link in the comments, but actually I can just share my screen and you can just give me access.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm trying to see how to do screen share for you. I see. Okay, yeah.
Cool.
Okay. Do you guys know this video here?
Raz.
Against the West.
No.
This was the first video I watched, and I watched Last Jedi in theaters, and this is the first video I watched after watching it for the first time. And it was just 100% my opinion. That's why it kind of resonated.
What was the date on it? December 27th?
2017.
So what was that, 2 days after it came out? Oh, December 18th. So that's when did it come out? The 16th or the 17th?
I don't know, but it was like 1 day
Right.
after I
which
watched
really
it.
closely after.
I watched the opening day, I think so. Yeah.
Right.
Well, and it has like 800,000 views. So, I mean, it's media. That's the thing. It's not just YouTuber, bro. It's entertainment like Canada.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. That's
I've seen so many clips of ET Canada. And one of the reviewers that basically said the Last Jedi sucked, and like the new movies are other than Rogue One are not that good, and the prequels are better. And I thought, wow, ET Canada is in touch with reality, unlike ET America or most of America.
They are actually. That's why this video is really good. Like he does maybe even a better job than most YouTubers at taking The Last Jedi apart.
Yeah, frankly, I don't care if people like The Last Jedi because if they like the movie, that's their opinion. I don't care if Patrick Willems likes the movie. That's his his opinion. I mean,
if you like it, that's totally your opinion. I just don't want you to get all up in your face about it.
But to dismiss any criticism about it, I think that's just kind of. I mean, you can like something that is not really popular with people. I mean, the popular consensus for a long time was the prequels were bad,
right,
and so forth. And one movie that I think is that I enjoy that I know a lot of people don't enjoy is oh God, what was it? It was a weird little art movie from 2001. It was called Monkey Bone. It had Brendan Fraser in it and Chris Kattan. I liked it.
I haven't heard of it either, but I know Brendan Fraser.
I liked it because of the special effects and whatnot. It was just kind of a weird movie, and I was just kind of like in middle school. I liked weird movies, and I kind of have some nostalgia, even though I know it's kind of it's a mess in terms of a plot, but I can kind of enjoy it as a guilty pleasure, like watching The Room or something, I guess.
Right. One of the ones, like a movie series, I guess, that I like, that I see a lot of people trash are the new Jurassic World movies.
Oh, I love Jurassic World.
Dude, I love them. They have me entertained like the whole way through, and I mean, like Chris Pratt. Enough said. Chris Pratt's Chris Pratt.
I only saw
for me, Jurassic World, the first one is the best out of the entire. Like, it's better than the Jurassic Park movies, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree with that. 100%.
I'm not sure about better than the Jurassic Park movies, but then again, I had like 20 years of Jurassic Park to watch over and over again instead of Jurassic World. So that's why I could say, I've seen Jurassic.
I'm just talking about part one. Like Jurassic World 2 is definitely, in my opinion, the worst out of all Jurassic movies. But
yeah, it's probably much weaker, but I still really enjoyed it the whole time.
Yeah, me too.
The whole little girl being a clone thing, I did not see coming.
Wait, what? Say again?
The whole I don't want to spoil it for anybody. You've seen it, right?
For which, Jurassic World 2?
Yeah, the one that came out a couple years ago. Or
I didn't see it, but I've heard a lot of spoilers about how they make it.
Well, anyone in chat, if you don't want it spoiled, mute right now. I'll give you an okay sign when it's okay to pull it back up. The little girl, like, revealing that she's a clone.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that.
That was, like, really cool and mind-blowing. I was like, damn, like, I didn't think about that. So, all right. Don't go back yet.
You want me to play the video here?
Yeah, definitely. My bad. We got off topic.
Of like, the second Jurassic Park Lost World is not the good. I think it's fine, but the problem is, to me, people thought it was gonna be more whimsical stuff like the first movie. When of course, people who experience the bad side of going to an island of dinosaurs are gonna have a much more cynical perspective, and the tone of the movie is gonna reflect that.
Right.
And I kind of give the movie points for that, but I know the majority of the audience isn't going to get that. So fair enough. So I like a movie that a lot of people don't like. I probably should have used that instead of Monkey Bone as an example. Just because, people are going to know Lost World, Jurassic Park. They're not really going to know Monkey Bone.
Right.
But you can go ahead and play the video, Revan. Yeah. Have I been drinking that much? I don't know.
Talk about Monkey Bone.
Last Jedi is dividing fans with all its plot twists. So as a major fan, it's time we talk about everything that happens in this movie. This will be filled with spoilers, so if you haven't seen it yet, please stop watching now, although I feel less guilty about spoiling bad movies.
Wow. I've seen all the movies, but I'm more of a casual Star Wars fan. I did find the movie a little bit too long.
Sure.
Like less of Luke and Rey on the island.
Sure.
And you're right, there are too many like odd jokes.
Sure.
But yeah, let's start with the island stuff.
Okay.
So that first moment, Luke gets the lightsaber.
Right.
Tosses it over shoulder. What'd you think?
That was, can we blur this? I know we're bleeping it, but can we blur it?
blur it.
Yeah, can you blur my finger if I do? Because that's
Sure,
exactly to me. It felt like that felt like the director just going like this to fans because we had waited so long for that moment. And when J.J. Abrams set up in The Force Awakens, you were really expecting this. And this isn't us fans just kind of going crazy in our own heads. It was set up that way, that this was going to be a moment, and everything sort of that we knew about Luke and Rey and that story of them, coming together, was supposed to be something monumental, not something that was just played for jokes. And also, if Luke didn't want to be found, why did he leave a map to where you could find him? Right? There was a point to all of this. And so all this stuff that J.J. Abrams did set up, and think about what you want about The Force Awakens, that's fine. But stuff was set up, and a lot of it was kind of cool. They had laid the groundwork for some really cool characters and some really cool theories. And again, this was just Rian Johnson taking all of that and just burning it. Like burning. I wouldn't have been upset had I not had the expectation. Like, this isn't me in my own head. Also, never in Star Wars did they ever make a point of having the characters be hungry or was eating ever a central thing. And twice on the island, we saw Luke fish. And then he milks a giant lactating sea moose and drinks from it. And Chewie, and I don't know why Rian Johnson hates Chewbacca so much, but the only thing he made him do was almost eat a porg. That's all he did. And again, it was just played out for jokes. The whole thing on the island, the beginning part of the island, was terrible.
Yeah, I found Luke was too different in this movie. What did you think about Yoda?
Hated it.
Yeah, he sounded like a Muppet more than ever before, I thought.
Which is fine. I mean, I get that the voice is going to be different, but just even with Yoda showing up and making a joke about the Force books not being a real page turner, like they just took everything that you were just sort of hoping for to make it cool. We never even learned, like one of the things that I hope that we would have learned from this, even just one of the things, like get rid of characters, kill people off, that's fine. But at least give us some sort of payoff to who had the lightsaber throughout the years. They set it up like that. They went to a planet where she discovered the lightsaber. We were at least going to get some sort of story. And even he can throw it over his shoulder, but at least tell us what happened to the lights. Like nothing was answered.
Now, what do you think about, what's her name now? Not Leia. She's like Admiral Leia now?
Yeah.
Her flying through space.
Terrible.
My brother was okay with that, I guess, because like she's using the Force and she's never used the Force before.
I know, but Leia has never even shown she has a connection. The only thing we know is what we know, right? Where she's had a connection to it before. She knows when somebody dies and she can feel this sort of thing, right? She's Force sensitive, as they would say. She's on the spectrum, if that's more 2017. But been this thing, and she was godlike. So she went from nothing to being a god. And also, and I know that there's things we take gravitational pulls and this sort of thing with a grain of salt in Star Wars, but they had no sort of explanation to why there was gravity when they were dropping bombs from the plane, from the one ship onto the dreadnought. Right? Those shouldn't have dropped. And yet Leia gets blown into space, but the pilot of that plane is lying on a platform above bay doors that are open, and she's not flying out. And this is literally 4 minutes apart, these two scenes. And I'm not hating on this because I don't like where they were taking it. I'm just hating on it because so much of it was just poorly thought out and poorly written.
And this is the one part you really, really hated. I like Laura Dern's character. I liked her whole arc. I was hoping she might stick around for the next one, but you did not like.
No, I hated her character. Also, we thought that when they went down to the base at the end of it, I thought the Resistance had like a few thousand people, but it turns out in Rian Johnson's world, it was 250 people ish on that planet, and the idea that Poe would have no idea who this person was. On a military base of like 250 people, where there's a hierarchy of individuals that you're meeting this person for the first time. It's impossible.
Especially someone with purple hair.
Especially with the girl with the purple hair. Use that. You would never ask that one time. You would be just seen her going in between offices. Like she just existed. Never in the meetings. She wasn't there at all.
But I liked her. I liked her character. I know you hated it.
And also, why not just tell Poe the plan?
I know. I didn't really tell you.
Do you know how many people died? But do you know how many people died because they just felt that he didn't need to know? You don't a lot of people died.
Yeah. But I need to watch that part again. The other part that you said you hated was that there's so much build up of who's raised parents.
First, also, you can't weaponize hyperspace because it changes everything in Star Wars. You would just autopilot X-Wings, put them into hyperdrive, light speed, and just crash them into things all the time.
But someone's saying the Death Star would have like a protective force. You wouldn't be able to penetrate.
But there's other ships beside Death Star.
I'm just saying the theory is that
you can't weaponize light speed. That changes everything in Star Wars.
And Rey's parents. We didn't find it.
Rey's parents. Like, just don't set it up like this. Again, this isn't me as a crazy fan where I'm trying to think of ideas and I'm in my own head here. That was the whole point of The Force Awakens. And then to just sort of blow it off that way. And then also just because you wrote just such a convoluted story that the only way to connect characters was to have Rey and Kylo Ren talk while they're light years away. And then in one scene, he shows up with no shirt. It's ridiculous to me. Ridiculous to me.
So those are your
also, when Luke shows up at the end and he had time, it appears, to stop for a haircut and just for men color the gray out of his beard. I was so confused as to what was going on and at this point, I hated the movie so much, I thought that he would have got a makeover before he showed up, before I realized that he was a ghost.
He had to be in like action hero mode again.
Yeah. Terrible, though. What else can we talk about? That stupid planet that they went to, the casino planet, where we learned about capitalism and veganism in Star Wars. You want to talk about that part? Also, the Rose Girl, nice enough person, terrible character, did nothing.
Name one thing you liked about it.
Name one thing I liked about Star Wars. The Last Jedi. One thing that I liked about Star Wars, The Last Jedi. Also, Kylo Ren had that awesome badass helmet, right? And then he just smashes it, and now he has no more helmet.
Yeah, that was weird. I guess they didn't want him in that helmet.
But again, the helmet was cool though. Face. I know, but we're not. I know, but the helmet was really cool. And Snoke, you set up Snoke as this guy.
Good twist though,
right? It's not a good twist, but you killed him with no story. We didn't find out anything about him. And Kylo Ren is not bad enough. Luke Skywalker, Darth Vader was the most badass character of all characters in film. Yes. And Luke Skywalker saw a little tiny bit of good in Darth Vader, right? Yes. To the point of where he was willing to sacrifice himself to just get that little tiny bit of good out of Darth Vader. And you're telling me that like Luke sniffs Kylo Ren is turning to the dark side, he tries to murder him in his sleep? That is like the most un-Luke Skywalker thing that Luke Skywalker has ever done.
Okay, I think that's it. You got anything else? No. Okay, that's good. That's his thoughts on The Last Jedi.
Talked about eating. Talked about Luke
give us 2
eating.
minutes to go.
Yeah. Also, why would they call Maz? What's the girl's name? Maz. Why would they call her and not anyone else? If they can get a signal out to call her, get a signal out to call for help.
Here? No. Anybody? No.
Right? Okay. Anyway.
That's it. Stop.
And keep in mind, folks, that these are Canadians. They have a reputation for niceness.
Dude, that video is incredible. I can't believe I haven't seen that before.
I've seen that a few times. I don't know how many times.
I'm gonna like save that and just like watch it. That's awesome.
And actually, a point that
and the thing is, it's let me just say this real quick. It's friggin' entertainment tonight. It's the media making fun of Canto Bight because of like veganism and shit like that.
Yeah, that's what blows my
so
mind.
Rare these days to actually hear people make jokes like that.
Right.
So fun.
And another point he mentioned is like everybody's talked about how weaponizing hyperspace changes the rules.
Yep,
but and then he mentioned the whole thing of how, if the Death Star was shielded. But keep in mind, in the previous movie, The Force Awakens, the Falcon approaches Starkiller Base and exits hyperspace at the shield. So it just goes to show, even in the new canon of the sequels, hyperspace can bypass a freaking shield. So according to the sequel trilogy's rules, hyperspace is broken essentially. And Clone Wars established as well, hyperspace is not just going really fast. It's basically another dimension. You go so fast, you break into another realm of space.
Right. You're not there anymore. Right. Which is why being physical with something doesn't work.
No.
Oh, wait. You guys are forgetting. They told us how it's possible. That shot was 1 in a million.
I actually thought of a way for how it could have kind of made sense if it was explained in The Rise of Skywalker. Somebody saying, what's her face? Purple hair managed to do it. And they say, well, she didn't really go to light speed. She tried, But since she was out of fuel, because, fuel is now a thing for large star cruisers, I can accept it for small combat ships, even because Obi-Wan even says in Revenge of the Sith, with your kind permission, I'd like some fuel and to use your system as a base for checking surrounding systems for General Grievous. He said that. So I can accept fuel for little ships, not for big ships. But basically, I think, what was I? Oh God! But basically, if they had established that Holdo, I finally remembered her name. If they established the only reason that it worked is because she was so low on fuel that she basically burnt out the hyperdrive and it exploded just before the ship was fast enough to go at light speed, but was still fast enough to have momentum to bust through all those Star Destroyers.
Yeah. And like I want to say, like, I love what's her name, Laura Dern. Like, obviously we were talking about Jurassic Park and everything. Like Laura Dern's cool, Kelly Marie Tran cool, but they had terrible freaking characters.
Mm-hmm.
It's nothing against the actresses. It's just that their characters were god awful. And another thing I wanted to touch on, because I know I reacted to it when he said it. The Leia in space thing. My problem was never with like her having the force powers and be able to do that. I mean, she's a Skywalker, for crying out loud. You know what I mean? That's not a problem to me. The problem was how it looked. Like you could have made it look different than she was just like schmooving across the thing. You know what I mean? It looked so weird.
Well, I think the way it could have worked is, like, The Force Unleashed even had the whole thing of Starkiller gets flung into space and then, he survives later on. But you have to have, he's going to be unconscious. I think what they could have done was they could have sent out a droid to rescue her, and then she's in the medical bay for a long time, critically wounded. Because Vader even said in The Force Unleashed, Legends canon now, but he even said, I had rescued you and salvaged your body.
Yeah, right.
Like, it sounds like he needed a corrective surgery because of all the frostbitten damage. Because I'm reading the X-Wing books right now, and they even mentioned how, like, basically if you're in space, that, like, if you're in, a pilot flight suit, you're going to have some life support, but it's only going to last 20, 30 minutes tops. Leia gets flung into space, no life support system, and she survives, doesn't even have any frostbite from space.
Right. And can we get a Rip Admiral Akbar there too? Because I mean, my God, they just see ya. Don't care about you. Goodbye.
Yeah, I know the actor died, but they could have done something that was much more ceremonious, a ceremonious goodbye. I mean, that was an opportunity to say goodbye to Leia too, and they threw it away.
Right. Well, and again, he's in a fish costume. You don't really need the actor for that.
Yeah, you just need someone who can do the voice. I mean, you want to be respectful of the actor. I mean, if anything, they could have had something like the second in command, Akbar's protege, his son or something. Have someone with a similar voice. Right.
It doesn't even get a mention. That's one of the biggest characters in the original trilogy, and you just fling him out the window.
And in the expanded universe, Akbar is such a great character. Like I mentioned, the X-Wing books, the new Jedi Order books. He's an important character in taking out part of Admiral Dalla's fleet.
Right. Well, and not even in the EU, in Clone Wars. The
Clone Wars for
arc
sure.
of season 4 is the Civil War on Mon Cala, and he's a general, and he's taking care of business. Like, it's great.
For sure.
It's not like you need to reach back for that. We have it in Clone Wars. And just to
not even saying what first came to mind for me because it's just so fresh in my mind.
Right. Yeah, no, totally. But like just to have that kind of a character there, just have him sitting in the background and then have him die and not make any mention of it whatsoever is just it's bad.
For sure.
I'm trying to relate it to someone else that we could like it would be like killing it's like killing like Kit Fisto. You know what I mean?
Palpatine did that though.
Right. Exactly. I'm not saying Akbar's like on par with Fisto, but I'm saying like
he has more character than Fisto since he actually has dialogue.
Right, the background character that everyone knows and still has a fleshed out story, like Kit Fisto does. It would be like just like imagine just seeing him like no explanation. Which I mean, I guess when the prequels came out, it was. But was there any background info on Fisto when those came out?
Not as far as I know. I think the better compare.
It was just really popular because of his smile, and then they
yeah, and Attack of the Clones.
Yeah, a force pushing a smile.
Force pushing a smile. Yep.
I think the better comparison for prequel era for Akbar would probably be Kiadi Mundi because important character because Jedi Council and he does have dialogue much like Akbar.
Yep, definitely. That's true. Yeah, that's a way better comparison. Yep, it would be like just axing him without anything. Yeah. I could rant about The Last Jedi for hours and hours and hours.
Yeah, that is one video I still have up. That after I think I had my drunken rage after I posted my response to The Last Jedi, and that was the night I saw it. That is one video I will always leave up to basically say, up yours, Rian Johnson.
Yeah. Yeah, seriously. It was such an insult. And that's the other thing. And this takes us back to Theory Hidalgo. Just the your Snoke theory sucks and all that stuff. It's like, how is that stuff okay?
Mm-hmm.
You don't insult the customer.
It blows my mind. You are literally trying to give someone a product, and then the second they take it from you, you like smack them in the face.
Yeah, that reminds me of who was it? They did a discussion of this. I saw this on a video last year. They were talking about Game of Thrones. Somehow it leaked online about the current season at the time, and the fans caught the wind of it. And they basically rewrote it because they wanted to surprise the audience, and people hated how it turned out. But George R. Martin said, yeah, I'm not, when I'm writing something, if I was talking to fans and it just happened to leak out what I had planned, I'm not going to rewrite it just because it gets out there, because I have to basically start from scratch and it's going to be out of order. That is a violation of basic writing. So when the guy who wrote Game of Thrones tells you, yeah, that sucks, what does that tell you?
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Ilium wants us to react on stream.
Yeah, I saw his comment. I wanted to read it. So I'm gonna pull it up, Ilium. I'm gonna pull it up right now. He said the last how it should have ended. The Last Jedi.
I think I have seen that actually.
I've seen it once.
Yeah. I've watched it once.
The last how it should have ended. Star
Before
Wars
we get into that, though, I want to ask, how do you think you guys would feel about it all now if we had gotten the Colin Trevorrow movie for Rise which would have been Duel of the Fates, instead of what we got in Rise?
I've only heard so much that I couldn't even say. I probably still would have. Like I said, I probably still would not have seen it because after The Last Jedi, I swore to myself I will not see a single new Star Wars movie as long as Kathleen Kennedy is president of Lucasfilm and Rian Johnson gets his trilogy. If they get rid of those two, I'll be open-minded into seeing new stuff after Rise of Palpatine, because I heard pretty much everything there is to know about the Rise of Palpatine. I call it Palpatine, not Skywalker.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
But so I will not see the Rise of Palpatine.
Right. Okay. So
maybe someday I'll see Solo, but only after Kennedy and Johnson are gone, not before.
I love Solo, by the way.
Solo's good. It's good film.
Really good. Yeah.
My friend Paul.
I think it suffered a lot from The Last Jedi.
Oh yeah. Most people didn't watch it because of The Last Jedi.
Because of The Last Jedi, yeah. And I think if you're super into Clone Wars and the prequels and all that, you gotta watch Solo. It's good.
Some people tell me it's just kind of unnecessary as a movie, and there were Solo books don't get me, in the old expanded universe, but I think that's for Han Solo's backstory works for people that really care enough about him, not so much for a feature-length film. But like I said, I haven't seen the movie, so I have no frame of reference. Okay. But like I said, I haven't seen it, so this is one time I'm not going to judge from a position of ignorance.
Right.
I'm trying to do that less. I'll do that for some cases, not all.
Right. I really liked Solo. I thought it was cool. I thought it set up like a cool plot line we could go into, and then we haven't had anything about that. Right. Well, with Maul specifically, and Emilia Clarke's character Kira is really cool. I like Kira as a character, and not to mention she's insanely hot. But
well, I don't know about insanely hot. I mean, she's hot, but
Emilia Clarke's pretty hot. I don't know.
She's cute. I find her adorable.
Yeah, you're right.
Not really insanely hot. For me, insanely hot would be. I'm trying to think of an example of a. Yeah, who am I kidding? Padme.
Yeah,
insanely hot. As Nam says, peak
all of our
Portman.
first love. Padme and Attack of the Clones.
I think my first love might have been. I'm trying to think who was my first love. Cameron Diaz in The Mask, actually.
Yeah.
It made me a sucker for blondes for the longest time, but I grew out of that and started being open-minded to non-blondes in middle school. I'm rambling, so you know what? I got the how it should have ended to Last Jedi. I'm going to screen share right now, and we'll watch it.
Right.
Okay. Share audio. Blah, 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 blah. What the frig? Share, you stupid. Oh, for the love of Christ. Screen share. Okay, I don't know why this thing is being stupid. No, I don't think it's my. Wait. Watch it.
You have to click on share screen, and then you have to click on the page you want to share.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I had to click on the page. Okay, can you guys see it?
Yeah.
Was that a yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, my mouse is activated. It's double clicking when I click once.
Oh, wow, she's floating back all of a sudden. Quick, somebody open the door.
Oh, my.
Yeah, I haven't seen this.
Neither have I. That's how the Force Awakens That's about
Oh,
it.
no, happy beeps, buddy. Happy beeps. This is Poe Dameron of the Republic Fleet. I have an urgent communication with General Hux. Destroy that ship. Right away, sir. Oh, poop. We got enemy fighters closing in.
I certainly have to use the bathroom.
The chain of command dictates that Admiral Akbar will take command. Seniority.
Excellent. Sorry, sister.
I'd rather not do this right now.
Yeah, me too.
Oh my god!
A little privacy, please.
Oh, the image is burned in my brain.
I've seen that part.
Okay, we're here. Let's land in the tall grass so we don't get spotted by some redneck alien.
Oh, good idea.
This is a covert mission. We don't have time to waste rescuing horses or feeling bad for random kids. That it makes us.
Right.
Our friends are literally running for their lives. It's all up to us.
All right, I know. I said I get it. Jeez. We're landing in the grass.
Oh, those frickin' things.
Yeah.
Is my origin story.
Well, that was kind of a detour to the current situation I'm dealing with, but now I understand. Darth Plagueis.
That's how it would have made sense.
Your parents are lucky.
That's great.
They sold you for drinking money. I don't seem to remember my granddaughter ever being sold for drinking money. What? Who are you? I'm Obi-Wan Kenobi. This here is my granddaughter. That's not true.
Really?
That's impossible. Search your feelings. You know it to be true. Now, as I was trying to tell you before, these are your first steps. And your true parents are...
Oh, no.
Your grandfather too?
Oh, not this again, Anakin. Every...
So happy for you!
I'm so happy too!
We're both so happy! Let's tell everyone. You want to tell everyone?
Of course!
Please don't.
Ben, did you hear the news?
What? My grandfather?
That's awesome.
This is Admiral Akbar of the Republic Fleet with an urgent communication, Commander Hux.
Good Lord, not this again. What do you want?
Commander Hux, do you know what this is?
What are you talking about? None of us can see you, Akbar.
Do you know what this is?
What is?
Do you know what it is?
It's a what?
It's
What are you doing right now?
X.
It's a trap. Oh no.
Oh! Why you slice off my hand?
I saved you, dummy.
What do you think I was trying to do?
It's not about winning. It's about saving the ones you love.
That's what I was trying to do. Akbar did the exact same thing earlier.
Let's kiss.
What the? No!
This is just sad. Shall we let him go? No. Oh, dang! Finn and Rose just died.
Finn and who?
Exactly. Oh, God.
What did you think was going to happen? That I would take on the First Order with nothing but a laser sword?
Yes, that's exactly what I thought was going to happen.
That actually does sound pretty awesome. Okay, let's do it. This place is dead anyway. But first, let's get one for the road.
Oh no.
Even in hell, it should have ended.
All right, you can go. I'm gonna miss you the most.
No, dude.
I want every gun you have to fire on those two. Do it. That's impossible! He's never been seen having that force ability before. Well, we have all seen you do that before, so it's not too crazy to think he can do this. Shut up, Carl! Nobody asked you! Now.
T-ball!
Oh my god.
Bring me down.
Come on!
What is with you and lightning all of a sudden?
Oh man.
There's always some little thing of me.
That was really funny. Yeah.
As my first act as commander, I wish to tell everyone the plan. We have a secret base on a nearby planet that we are trying to reach. So nobody freak out or start a mutiny or anything. We actually have a plan to survive.
Oh, thank God.
Really good. That's funny.
Freaking thing won't pause.
There we go. That was really funny. No, I hadn't seen that before. I thought I had, but I didn't.
I saw tidbits of it ages ago, I guess.
Oh, have you guys checked the stream since we started watching that? I just looked at it. It says stream unavailable.
Oh yeah, we
Suspected
watched it for too long.
Policy violations. Wow.
Wait, what?
Yeah, we got booted off the stream.
It's
Yeah,
still
this happened.
something.
This already
Oh, third part. Because we were looking at some. I didn't even think of that.
Damn.
happened. We're allowed to look at it. We just have to take like breaks. We shouldn't have looked at it all at
Yeah.
once.
Damn, that was really funny.
I don't know. I can still see us live on my stream. It says
Yeah, it still
live.
says live. It just says stream unavailable.
Okay, I don't see
or watching.
Yeah. I love how YouTube algorithm has basically decided to tell all its users, yeah, take up the rear end. You can't use other people's content even if you're responding.
Dude,
it might come back though. It happened to me twice, and one time it just like reappeared.
I've had like editing is so difficult for reaction videos, especially for Star Wars, because like just a tiny little bit of the music in there and you get a copyright claim. And I don't like, I'll see other people with videos on it that's like has it in there, and I'm like, how are you guys getting away with this? I don't know if they like change the pitch of it or something. Maybe that's what they do so it doesn't get detected.
Sometimes it's that they increase the speed a little bit, or they do a like a.
I need to learn the tricks, because I played for my, like, I pulled my brother in. I was like, hey, look, come here, like, listen to this. This is what just got me a copyright claim. And it was literally like just 2 notes from the Mando finale. It was just 2 notes of it, and it was terrible.
We're back online, by the way.
Okay, cool.
I think YouTube did not suck at one point in time, and now it's just a shell of its former self.
Yeah. That came down a long time ago.
I hate Google before that.
What came down a long time ago?
YouTube's.
Ilium says, sorry, the stream got suspended, guys. Whoa, wait. Can you still see us though, Ilium? Still going.
We should be back now.
We're back, yeah.
Oh, so it must have got suspended while we were watching.
It was up the whole time, I guess, and then it just said suspended.
As dumb as feces, man.
Yeah, really.
but there were some things I kind of wanted to say because of the stupid. I mean, because of how it should have ended. Like, one thing that pops in my mind is Obi-Wan's Force Ghost shows up. He should have been the one to like give Luke a little pep talk. I mean, most people I've seen have said Anakin would make the most sense. Yeah, to me, Obi-Wan kind of would. To be poetic, I guess, it would have made sense to have Obi-Wan more than Obi-Wan than Yoda, since, you know, Luke's original teacher, the one that helps put him on this journey, comes back to put him back on the path.
That's true, but if he has access to Obi-Wan's Force Ghost, we know he has access to Anakin as a Force Ghost. So, like, why would it not be his father? You know what I mean? Well, and having access, it's whenever they show up. But like, if you were somewhere really strong in the Force and be able to feel them there, like, I feel like we could get, we should get some content of Luke speaking with Anakin as a Force Ghost and learning lessons or whatever from him.
Yeah, for sure. I know there was an explanation in the expanded universe for why Luke couldn't always consult with Obi-Wan and Yoda, because they had little time in the realm as Force spirits and whatnot. But they didn't set it in the new continuity. And if we have to really go into it, I think if they had 2 Force Ghosts, both Anakin and Obi-Wan, Anakin say, see, I wasn't always lost, or have it start with Obi-Wan, basically say, I thought my old apprentice was long gone, but I was proven wrong, so on and so forth. And then Vader comes in and be like, yes, remember, you did not give up on me when it seemed impossible, son.
Right. I feel like we kind of have an explanation for it in the new canon. Well, it's not new canon. It's Clone Wars. When they're on Mortis, and Obi-Wan is able to see Qui-Gon's Force Ghost, and he says it's because of how powerful in the Force Mortis is. You know, he's able to manifest himself there, whereas before, or anywhere else in the galaxy where the Force isn't as strong, it's just a voice, you know? So I feel like if we were to get any type of content like that, it could be Luke going somewhere insanely strong in the Force and being able to be with them like whenever he wants.
But keep in mind that Ahch-To would be the first Jedi temple.
That's true. Yeah, it could
Jedi temple would be a place very strong in the Force.
You would think so, yeah.
Because if I know this is what a lot of people describe as one of the weaker sides of the old expanded universe, even though I've not read it myself. It'd be what is it? basically the prototype Jedi Order called the Jedi Order and whatnot, where like basically all these scientists and philosophers came together on one planet and basically began to study the Force. I think that idea of like all these people coming together would make most sense where the Force is at its strongest place. They're all just drawn there without explanation. And I think that would make sense if Occ 2 was like that.
It should be. It should have been. Yep. Should have been able to talk to whoever he wanted there whenever he wanted. But, you know.
But only people who've been partially trained by the wills and how to manifest after becoming one with the Force.
Right, yeah, of course, right. Yeah, that's what I meant, was like the people that have been. So that would be, as far as we know, that would be Qui-Gon, Yoda, Obi-Wan, Anakin.
Mm-hmm.
Those 4.
Yeah, and what else was I going to... I can't remember what I was going to say, but it mentioned the whole Plagueis thing. Yes, all they had to do in the new movies, even after The Last Jedi, if The Last Jedi happened, all they had to do, don't bring back Palpatine, like have it so that, you know, maybe the First Order split into 2 factions, the Kylo Ren faction and the General Hux faction, because the General Hux faction's loyal to Snoke. They can't believe that Snoke's really dead, and both factions get a distress signal from a specific channel, like communications channel, only to the First Order, specifically Snoke's channel, and Hux is curious, and it's encrypted, and basically all it can encrypt is go to the unknown regions to these exact coordinates. They get there, and they find Snoke alive and well, and they don't need to tell the whole backstory. All he needs to say is, I knew you could not be dead, but how is it possible? I saw your body. You did seem dead, so on and so forth. And all he doesn't have to go and say like, "Oh, I am Plagueis." All he has to say is, "To cheat death is a power only I have achieved." And then the audience that's watched the prequels can figure out Plagueis.
He got it.
They don't need to say it. They just need to allude to it.
Yep.
Subtlety.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, that would have been really good. Yep.
Yeah, and then there'd be an actual threat that's not, you know, Palpatine and is not Kylo Ren, and they can. I know some people would say, well, then why is Plagueis alive? That would still nullify Anakin bringing balance to the Force by destroying the Sith. Maybe if Kylo Ren does come across him, like, wait, Plagueis was a Sith Lord, and then I don't know, maybe some exposition of how Plagueis studied the Jedi prophecy of the Chosen One, and he would destroy the Sith, bring balance to the Force. So basically, Plagueis allowed him to be killed by his apprentice and bid his time to basically reincarnate himself and basically no longer be a Sith, but just be a Force wielder or something.
Yeah, right. Well, and I guess that's kind of what they've done, because neither Kylo nor Snoke are Sith.
Yeah.
But even still, it's too messy to work. Like it doesn't make any sense. What would have made sense would be what recently came out about how George's story for sequels would have had like Maul and having like a I don't know if it said it would have been like kind of how he has like the criminal underworld, but like that's what
like Black Sun, kind of like the Shadow of the Empire novel.
Right, that would make a ton of sense.
Yeah,
it's a power rising, and it's someone who's really strong in the Force, but he's not a Sith, and it's not like it's like a Sith order or anything. It's
true.
You know, it's a crime syndicate.
Yeah,
right.
An ex-Sith. I just want to quickly say that Ilium is leaving. Thanks for joining us, Ilium. Glad to have you with us, buddy. See you.
Heck yeah, man. See you, Ilium. You're the man.
See you, man.
Yeah, but what was I? Revan and I were talking about this other night on a previous stream about this whole thing about, where Maul was supposed to be the new antagonist, not necessarily Sith, and Talon would have been his apprentice. Until I hear those words from George Lucas' mouth himself, or it's, confirmed through a legit source, it's just a rumor, because part of that whole story treatment was that it turns out, Leia was the chosen one the whole time, which completely contradicts George's own words. It's not that.
Yeah, it does. You're right.
Because he said in the Revenge of the Sith commentary, he said in bonus DVD extras for Revenge of the Sith and in the new trilogy that Anakin was the chosen one, and he fulfills the prophecy by destroying the Sith, meaning both Palpatine and himself.
Right. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that wouldn't make any sense. So I don't know if that's entirely true. You're right.
Yeah, the only reason the expanded universe got away with it is because they had so many dark side wielders that came, before the prequels were finished, before what the whole thing of bringing the prophecies, balance the force of the prophecy meant. Because 99, they had this whole thing of bring balance to the force. Episode 2, bring balance to the force. It's not till Revenge of the Sith that we know, bringing balance into the force involves destroying the Sith.
Right.
So there's a little bit of elbow room in there. It's just the expanded universe didn't really know until 99, the whole balance of the force. They didn't know what it meant until 2005. So we can sort of forgive, the new Jedi Order and things that came beforehand.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, man.
Yeah, I was almost going to earlier share a different video, but considering how YouTube would decide to be a-holes to us, I guess that idea is out the window now.
Yeah, really.
No, you can share them. It's just you have to pause like every 2 minutes or something, every one
yeah,
2 minutes.
I remember Nam's doing that a couple of his AI core streams.
But it really depends on the video. Like, not with every video. Like, it's just if it's an official, because that one was like it's from a big YouTube account, so they probably have like all the copyright shit. But if you just react to some if you react to like a Star Wars theory video, nothing will happen.
Right? Yeah.
Well, maybe not so much Star Wars theory, but like a smaller YouTube channel that's not super.
No, but even Star Wars theory, nothing happens because he doesn't.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking we watched that fan film the other night.
Yeah, it really depends on.
And I was fine
on the channel if they.
Yeah. I can understand why that channel would want to protect that too. So I get it.
Depends.
I wonder at what point it got. We're gonna have to go back and watch it, but I wonder at which point did it get kicked us off?
You guys
were we like halfway through or? Yeah.
Were you guys still able to see the screen though?
Yeah, we can still watch it because I was watching it through StreamYard.
Yeah, we can still watch it.
Right, so we watched it the whole time, and then when it ended, I went over to the YouTube stream to look at it, and it said suspended. That was how I saw it.
Oh, so you got it pulled up on a separate page.
Yeah, right.
But the stream's back up now, huh?
Yeah, it's been up now for a while.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, the first time doing a live stream in a group and trying to screen share and whatnot, so this is kind of still new to me.
It's fun though.
Oh yeah, I'm enjoying it.
Definitely.
I like great streaming like this.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I mean, like I said,
talking Star Wars.
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of like video game plays. Like that's what I've been doing mainly for videos and the occasional rant on this or that.
Right,
but I like being able to bounce back and forth off other people. It feels much more like interactive to me.
Oh, totally.
Especially when I can pull up super chats at least. By the way, we have 5 people watching. Ilium was commenting a lot, and now it's gone quiet. I'm not sure if my friend Grant's watching. Anyone else that's watching, feel free to say something in the super chat. I'll pull up your comment.
Yeah, totally. Dylan, are you watching?
I wonder if Miss Star Wars Girl's watching.
Oh, yeah, she's always on Rev streams.
Yeah, not as much on some of my videos. If I'm doing for some of my live streams and games, it will typically just be if it's a Star Wars game. If it's Battlefront 2 or Jedi Fallen Order, then yeah, most likely.
Yeah, but like even if no one's in like the live, like people watch afterwards once it's on the channel.
True.
It depends if they're subscribed.
Well,
it really depends on the headline. I've noticed that my video about the Hidalgo stuff, Star Wars theory, Hidalgo thing.
More. Yeah, I was looking at that.
I think it had like 200 views after, just within the live stream itself.
Right.
But now it's like 280, so 80 people watch it after it was already uploaded.
Drama cells.
You do better with your channel than mine. Like I got like 3,000 video viewers or subscribers from when I started back in 2000 whatever, and I don't even get anywhere near that many people. I'm lucky if I can get 50 people to watch a single video.
There's Dylan. Yeah,
Dylan. I'm just pulling up your comment to acknowledge you, dude. Absolutely. Glad to have you with us, man.
Hell yeah, bro.
And That's another. I was talking about the what is it? The algorithm of YouTube. I find it ridiculous that it's changed to now you have to basically like not only subscribe but click the bell so that you always get notifications. I think what about long-time subscribers?
And even when you do that, sometimes you don't even get notifications.
Yeah, true.
I think it has to do with like what you've recently clicked on and stuff. Because like, so I played Pokemon Go for a very long time. You know, like long after it phased out of like popular. You know, it's what everyone was doing. Because again, I'm big into Pokemon. I played it for a very long time, and I was watching YouTube videos from like some of the bigger Pokemon Go people, and I haven't played it in a few months, and I haven't watched anything for it in a few months. And people that I have notifications on for, I see nothing from it. Nothing. It's crazy. It's like you have to be like involved with it for it to keep up with you, and otherwise,
not necessarily just that, but even like people I'm involved with, when they bring out like daily videos, I don't get a notification every day.
Yeah, that's so weird.
Like Star Theory, for example, I don't get notification.
Really? So what I did for that was I turned Twitter notifications on for him because he tweets every video that comes out, and Twitter's good about it. Like you get your Twitter notifications, but with YouTube, you just don't.
And from what I understand, YouTube, like some channels have said, be sure to make sure that you're still subscribed because apparently people can be unsubscribed automatically.
Yeah, definitely.
I think, is it just because you're not watching their videos enough, or is it because the supposed blacklist of YouTube channels that you do something that YouTube doesn't like, you're basically blacklisting, you'll lose some subscribers even if they're not unsubscribing themselves?
Yeah, I mean, it could be. I'm sure that has a lot to do with it.
Yeah, because who was it? This guy, the Rageaholic, Razor Fist, he's also known as, he did a little test video just to see if there was a blacklist. I think he literally just did a little cheap recording or a live video. He didn't have anything prepared. He just wanted to do a test, and he literally was like, okay, I'm just testing to see if YouTube algorithm is going to basically F with me or not. And then he just literally whips out an X-Men trade paperback or something, and it's just like, yeah, this, and just starts flipping through it, sometimes showing the pages, and then apparently he got flagged for it. So it confirmed to him, it might have changed since, but it confirmed to him at the time that he was basically being blacklisted for something. And it was probably related to stupid politics or something, because he's kind of more on the right-leaning side and whatnot. I don't want us to get into a political discussion, but, you know, it was the whole thing of, yeah, YouTube's kind of spamming people that don't have left-leaning political beliefs.
Yeah, political stuff got thrown out like that. Yeah, definitely. And, like, you know, don't want to get too much into politics, but it definitely happens.
Yeah, I take no side myself. I don't describe myself as a centrist. I'm neutral.
Right.
But anyway, we were talking Star Wars.
Yeah, exactly right.
We got too serious for a second.
On a less serious note, before we get back into Star Wars, there's a little bit of ice left in this, which means I think I have to put more in it, you know, until that ice is gone.
I'm out of ice, but it gives me a reason to get more than the refill.
Well, I was thinking of switching from my bourbon to a scotch. I've got an old scotch that could be pretty good. So I might go.
What do you got for scotch?
I'll grab it. I don't remember what it's called. My dad used to work in a bar like 20 years ago, and the bottle is like aged 12 years from then. So this thing's like 35 years old.
Wow, it must be
scotch. It's pretty good. Yeah, I'm here. I'll go grab it.
You ever drink Macallan scotch?
No, I have not. I was about to say I can stay on audio. It's right behind the green screen.
I highly recommend it. That's my favorite scotch. I blame my sister for getting me into that. We tried it. I tried it once when we were having dinner with her in-laws a year or so ago, and I just thought, man, this is some good scotch. I'll buy it once in a great while, but drink it sparingly because it's like $50 a bottle or something.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, I was about to say more of the expensive like bourbons. That's what I do, but it's called Chivas Regal.
Chivas Regal.
Yep. And the bottle. You know it?
Yeah.
Cool. Is it like cheap or because I have no frame of reference?
I think I even have it.
Hold up to the camera again. I'm gonna take a little picture of it so I can buy some if I.
Oh yeah, totally.
I think it's like average.
Yeah,
like
I don't
$20
doubt
or
it.
something.
Right. Yeah, I don't think it's like a crazy expensive one, but like
Right. Thanks.
the bottle comes aged 12 years already, and like I said, my dad got this from a bar he worked at 20 some years ago, so it's at least 30 years old.
Man, you must have a lot of good self control if you can make a good scotch last that long, man.
Honestly, yeah, I don't touch it that much. I mean, I'm
lucky
still like
making-
really
Go on.
young. When I'm drinking, I'm like normally at a party and then we're like drinking garbage, you know? Because I turned 21 during COVID, so that's great. I haven't been able to do
nice.
much. Yeah,
You're still on the noob realm.
exactly.
I'm
right.
28 for the record.
Gotcha. Yeah, we haven't been able to do everything I would have liked to do. So
You weren't able to do beer pong or flip cup. That's a dang shame, dude.
legally.
Yes, legally.
Legally, right, yeah.
Hey, Revan, what's the drinking age in Germany?
Yeah.
16.
16? In Canada, it's 19. It's 16. Oh,
Well, in the U.S., it's 21.
Yeah, I know.
Wow.
In Canada, it's 19 with the exception of Quebec. There, it's 18.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think it's stupid. I mean, in the United
It's
States,
really stupid.
it's 18 to buy cigarettes. 18
Not
to be-
anymore.
well,
I guess that's a state's thing. Yeah. So
you're
my
right.
state
About
recently outlawed that until you're 21.
Yeah, it's 21 now in where I'm at now as well. I forgot about that, but
That's
thanks for reminding me.
ridiculous.
So for the longest time, it used to be 18 for cigarettes.
Right, exactly.
18 to be registered as an adult in a court of law if you're tried for something. 18 to volunteer for the military. 18 to vote, but 21 to drink.
Yeah. Well, and you don't even have to be 18 to start with your military process. You can be 17.
Well, yeah, to process, but you know.
Right. Yeah, but like you can get like everything done other than going to training when you're 17. And I know because I've been trying to get in the Coast Guard. But yeah, it's a mess.
But yeah, I just find it inconsistent, but at least they made cigarettes 21 now, so there's a little more consistency, even though it's stupid. If you're 18, you're a legal adult. You can legally make bad choices, including doing damage to your liver. If you can do damage to the country by voting for a bloated politician that just doesn't give a crap, you can do harm to yourself legally.
Yep.
That's my philosophy.
Yeah, right. Oh, man.
And even though it's kind of funny, you have to still be 25 in order to be able to rent a car.
Yeah, isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand not when you're 21 because you're going to be very stupid when you're able to buy alcohol. So I understand those first 2 years especially. 25, though, that's like the sort of the last hurrah because I'll put it this way. After you turn 21, you got nothing to look forward to with birthdays. 25 is just...
I've heard.
I can rent a car, yay! And then you're dreading getting older. And then, like, when I turned 27, I thought, please let this be the year I die. I don't want to. I don't want to live longer than Jimi Hendrix did. And what do you know? I'm 28.
I always see people say that their 22nd year is like the worst, and I'm about to turn 22, so I guess we're gonna find out.
I don't know. I think in terms of the looking forward to stuff, I'd probably say the worst year of my life was 2017. I was 25. I'm surprised I didn't drink myself into liver failure that year. I killed
2017, yeah.
Yeah, I was just so depressed. I would drink like a pint of liquor like over the weekend and like one night.
Damn. Yeah, that was when I graduated high school.
Yeah, like it was the worst year of my life, especially that from spring to summer. Well, no, spring to fall, and then winter. The Last Jedi happens. I just consider that one sucky year as a whole. I think COVID's been more pleasant than 2017.
I'm just seeing a meme on Twitter. It's really funny. Here, That Star Wars girl 77 retweeted it. That's
Operator, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't doubt it. It's
fake.
It's a pro theory meme though. It's really funny. Basically, is it has like Hidalgo as Thanos, and then like all the other people, like a whole bunch of YouTubers walking up like as the Avengers, and it shows Theory as Iron Man with the gauntlet coming around. It's pretty good.
That's good. And actually, that brings me to something I wanted to ask. I'm not sure if we should really address this, but I've been kind of curious to ask Revan. Didn't you said that Star Wars girl, right?
Yes, I said that. I know there's a difference.
Yeah, Anna, the YouTuber.
Girl. Yeah, Anna, right? Yeah.
Okay. Didn't you say something that you don't care for that Star Wars girl, Revan, at some point?
Yeah, that's what I just said. Yeah, I don't like her at all.
Why is that, might I ask?
Because there's a couple of reasons. First of all, I just don't like her as a YouTuber. I think she's dumb, like the way she presents herself. I don't like her humor, like that she makes fun of. Somebody pointed that out actually. I don't know if you were on Twitter at that time when Miss Star Wars Girl had a fight with Brian Rebellion, I think is his name on Twitter, because he was making fun of. Yeah, he was making fun of cancer, basically.
The name rings a bell.
And a lot of people were on her side, and it was really bad. But then this Brian guy actually pointed out, like, why is nobody going after that Star Wars girl? Because she's doing the same thing, which is true. She has like emojis you can use if you join her channel that are called Cancer Baby and stuff like that. I don't like that shit. It's really tasteless, in my opinion.
That kind of sucks.
So I never really liked her in the first place. That's what I'm trying to establish here. Right. And then she, and then at one point, Miss Star Wars Girl had a fight with some guy. I don't even know his name, but some guy from the Phantom Menace or something. And they all started bashing her, like defending the guy and bashing her. And then they did a live stream on that Star Wars Girl's channel bashing Miss Star Wars Girl for 3 hours or something, and it was Jeremy and a bunch of other people were on there. Like literally 6 people bashing her. And the thing is, like, Jeremy was kind of cool about it, I guess. He was more chill, even though I completely disagree with what he said and stuff. But Anna was really pathetic in that video. She was saying stuff like that Miss Star Wars Girl purposely chose the name to copy her. And like she basically just tried to explain that she's copying her, and that she pretends to be her, and that when people ask her, she like apparently claims to be her, which is bullshit, because I've seen her correct people like dozens of times when they when they mixed her up, and they don't even look alike. I don't even get how people mix them up. Right. They're both brunettes, but other than that.
Yeah, and actually, come to think of it, because Miss Star Wars Girl, like, this was definitely when I had my little period of when I deleted Twitter for a while because it was just getting too distracting. And before I came back, she did mention to me something about a falling out with the Phantom Menace and that Star Wars Girl. And I didn't ask for clarity because I thought, do I want to get in this? Probably not. I think that, your dislike of that Star Wars Girl connected to it. And I can understand, you just weren't fond of her before, but yeah, the Cancer Baby emoji or whatever. Yeah, that's kind of tasteless humor that some people will like, some people won't. So I get that. Yeah. But so her kind of saying that, Miss Star Wars Girl just ripped me off. All I could say is think about when you were first creating your profile on Twitter or YouTube and you were trying to go with Star Wars Girl. How many times did you see, this name is already taken? How many times did you have to add, okay,
there's a reason that Star Wars 77 at the end. There's a reason, because it's probably like super popular.
Right.
Yeah, I remember there's been times where I tried making accounts for PlayStation Network or alternate accounts for this and that, and I found out, this username I thought would be pretty unique. Yeah, it turns out it's not that unique after all. And it wouldn't even be something obvious like, oh, Kratos, God of War, something. It'd be something silly like how it appears on Twitter, AceLM92. I had to like do that because some other stuff I was trying to do that was pretty similar was actually taken.
Right.
What she also said on the stream, which was kind of ridiculous, is not only that she was kind of threatened by an account that just happens to have like 2,000 or 3,000 followers on Twitter, but she's not even a YouTuber or anything. You know what I mean? Like they're not even comparable.
Right.
One
She's
person
on
has like
Twitter.
200,000 subscribers or something. The fact that she was threatened by her, that she had to do a live stream, she didn't even have anything to do with the situation. She just, kind of wanted drama.
Right.
That was already stupid. But then she started saying stuff like that Miss Star Wars Girl is not only faking to be her in the sense of her name and her looks and stuff, she's also faking her opinions. And she probably doesn't even like Attack of the Clones, but she's faking it because, and that was getting really pathetic. I'm not even making this up.
Wow.
So she believes, that Star Wars Girl believes that Miss Star Wars Girl only pretends to like Attack of the Clones because she probably stalked that Star Wars Girl, and that Star Wars Girl had like a podcast interview 3 or 4 years ago where she mentioned that Attack of the Clones is probably like her favorite movie.
That's
she
really
literally said that she was even making a big thing out of it, like saying like, "Oh, look how pathetic she is. I like never talk about my favorite movie. I only mentioned Attack of the Clone once, like 4 years ago, in like this really unknown podcast, and I know she's copying me, so that's how pathetic she is. She went back 4 years ago to find this podcast. She literally, she really believes that it's not her opinion. She's just copying it.
Yeah, that's weird.
It's really
especially
crazy
because, like, I mean, if you wanted to get like a bunch of followers and stuff, saying you love Attack of the Clones is not going to get you near as many as if you want to be a sequel shill.
Right.
Exactly.
Dude, some of the stuff I see like with the sequel fans scrolling through Twitter is just like, oh my god, like it's beyond like comprehension. I won't even talk about it on the live stream. Like I'll tell you guys about it afterwards, but because like it's so ridiculous, some of the stuff. And I'm sure you guys have seen it, but like it's stuff that just like genuinely infuriates me because I see it and I'm just like, oh my god, like how do you guys think this way?
Yeah, and I know for a fact Miss Star Wars Girl is not faking being an Attack of the Clones.
Yeah, totally.
I've DM'd her and I had a conversation with her / a friendly little debate about the romance difference between Attack of the Clones and Empire Strikes Back. This is when I probably didn't really care for Attack of the Clones as much. Like I still I now consider the prequels, like they're each pieces of a whole. They're a piece of the puzzle of a great overarching story. But I was kind of before that. I thought, yeah, I can kind of think of Attack of the Clones as the weakest, but I do see a lot of things in there I like now. And at the time I was DMing her, I was sort of saying, oh, this, and she's saying like this. She was really
right,
defending it. I don't know if she thought
well thought out. It's not pulled out of nowhere.
Yeah, she had very well thought out reasonings. I thought, okay, so I see what she's saying, and she kind of helped me bring me around. I'm not trying to, get brownie points and shit for her or whatever.
Yeah,
because
totally.
like, oh, I think she's pretty and whatnot. But like I thought, okay, she actually has some good reasonings, and I can see this, and I maybe was being stubborn before.
Right. I'm seeing
apparently. I know too, like 100%, she's not faking it.
Right.
So.
I'm seeing apparently, we were talking about the Geeks, Gamers, Drunk 3PO, and Theory streaming together before we started this. Apparently, Gina Carano joined them on the stream.
Yeah.
Oh, for real?
That's really cool. I'm going to check that out when we're done here. That's awesome.
Gina probably heard about the whole Theory and Hidalgo.
Oh, I'm sure.
She didn't join them on stream live. It was a
really? It was afterwards? Yeah. Okay. I just saw her talking to, I think, Drunk 3PO on.
It was a pre-recorded video of where Drunk interviewed her and played parts of it in the stream. Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Watch that. I love Gina.
Yeah, I follow her on Instagram. I don't know every single thing she does on Twitter and Instagram, but I follow both pages. She's a pretty down-to-earth lady.
Oh, and she's a total badass.
Yeah, for sure.
Like I love UFC, and Gina's one of those first female UFC fighters, and
you're talking
she's a total
I
badass.
wasn't UFC,
I've honestly never seen.
Oh
a
yeah,
female
no,
UFC
UFC,
fight in
the
my
actual
life.
Ultimate Fight. Yeah, right. Nah, Gina's awesome.
Oh yeah, I would not want to challenge her thinking,
she was not
she
in the UFC though. She was
Right.
H Warriors or something. 'Cause
Yeah,
back in the day, the UFC didn't have female.
right. It's MMA, right?
MMA.
Everything gets lumped in with the UFC nowadays, unless you like really.
She only lost one fight, I think, right, against Holly Holm or something.
I think so, yeah. But
which is pretty crazy because Holly Holm's obviously one of the best.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, took the belt from Ronda and then lost it immediately. But
I don't like Ronda, man. She's overrated in my opinion.
It just shows you how good Ronda Rousey was for so many years, because she lost her belt finally to Holly Holm.
Actually just shows how bad the competition was.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because I mean, as of right now, I don't think anyone's going to beat Amanda Nunes anytime soon.
Amanda Nunes is great, man.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, nah, Gina could put me in a headlock anytime.
Sounds like flirting. I know two things about UFC and MMA: Jack and squat, and Jack left town. So I won't really comment on this, but
Gotcha.
Yeah, I know if I for some strange reason tried challenging Gina Carano, she'd kick my rear end.
Yep, she is a badass.
Mm-hmm.
And look at that, the female character that we all like.
See, we're not as toxic as Disney says we are.
I like both.
Like women.
I love Ahsoka. Ahsoka's my second favorite character in all of Star Wars, behind Anakin. Like,
and we all love Leia.
Yeah. Well, yeah, of course. Right.
I don't.
You don't like Leia?
No.
Why?
Because I just don't like her, man. I like her in Return of the Jedi. She's okay. I don't like her. I think she's really annoying and arrogant in A New Hope.
Yeah,
and I think
I get it. Yeah,
pretty racist in Empire Strikes Back. The way she treats Chewie, I hate that. Like, especially at the beginning, I really hated. I hated her.
How's she racist to Chewie in Empire? I understand A New Hope,
get this big walking carpet out of my way. Is that what you're talking about?
That was New Hope, not Empire.
That's Empire.
But what did she say in Empire?
Oh wait, no, it's not. No, it's not. Yeah, that's A New Hope. You're right.
Yeah, but what she says to let me just get the quote. I watch Star Wars in German mostly. That's why I got to get the English quotes here.
Oh.
I like Leia for her spunk, but yeah, I understand some people's reason, because Miss Star Wars Girl had the same reason. She didn't like Leia in A New Hope, or I don't know. I can't remember what she said about Empire, and actually she might have said she didn't like her in Empire either, and I don't think she said anything about Return of the Jedi.
What I don't like in actually, you're right. It's in A New Hope, she's also kind of racist.
Yeah, because she did say that. Yeah.
But what did she in Empire? What she calls Han? She says something with. I can't find that.
Talking about when she calls him a nerf herder.
Could be.
That's the only thing I can think of from that.
Maybe that nerf herder in Star Wars is the Star Wars equivalent of calling a Middle Eastern person a camel.
No, it's like a poor.
Oh no, I get it. Nerf herder. Yeah. Well, the thing is okay. Well, I don't like her in German then, because the German quote is a bit different. The German quote is,
that's interesting.
Let me just translate it here. Here.
So the German quote translates differently than the English?
Huh. Oh, this should be interesting.
Yeah, I was about to say, dang. That could like completely screw up a whole movie.
Like, the German quote would be like, that's actually not a good translation.
Translation or not one that would get us suspended again.
I was about to say.
Something like a Wookiee driver. Like in the sense of, you know,
a Wookiee driver. You said
Wookiee driver? Like she calls Han like a
like you could be a camel driver, you know?
Ooh.
And
I guess, yeah.
And she says that to Wookiees, so she basically, I don't know how to explain it. In German, it's basically like she's saying like Wookiees are just like dirty animals, and he's just, you know what I mean?
What quote is that though? What's the English quote from that? What part of the movie is that?
It's the same one you just said. The Nerf
herder part. Okay, right. So Nerfs though are like Star Wars equivalent of cows.
Yeah,
I can't
but
remember where we see
German,
that.
in German, she says Wookiees, like because she's directly referring to. In English, actually, it's the same.
Says Wookiee herder.
Actually, in English, it's even worse, to be honest, thinking of it, because she's obviously referring to Chewbacca, right, when she says that.
Which no.
No.
If you're talking about your translation from the German
a Nerf is like a Star Wars cow. So you're saying like, so what she's saying is basically like you're a stupid farmer, like.
Okay, because in German she's that's so weird because it's really weirdly translated.
Yeah, I can see how the translation can screw things up. But like,
she's
I
definitely
guess
referring to Chewbacca.
Right. Well, and disclaimer, like I don't believe this, but like in American culture sometimes our farmers here are like looked down upon as just like dumb hick folk, you know, and I don't believe that at all. Our farmers are some of the most important people in our country.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they supply all our food. But because of that, what she's saying is she's calling him a Nerf herder, which is she's like someone who herds Nerfs, which a Nerf is a Star Wars like cattle animal. Like
it's not a soft air gun toy.
Right. It's something at I know, and I know it's explained somewhere. I just can't remember. I don't know if it's like one of the video games or something where you actually get to see Nerfs and what they look like.
I'm gonna look it up now.
I think the Wikipedia has it. I'm trying to look it up right now too.
Yeah, because I haven't seen the Nerf thing in ages.
But it's basically a way to call Han stupid. It has nothing to do with Chewie.
I think some people like Miss Star Wars Girl. Her reason, because you know she's. I think her reason was like mostly within A New Hope, just kind of how she kind of had attitude. You know, calling Chewie a walking carpet. I can understand people's reasoning on that, but would he be irritated with people that kind of had a half-baked plan to rescue you, and then you got stuck in a trash compactor because there was no other way out, and you nearly got killed by a trash compactor monster than the trash compactor itself?
Right. Yeah, totally. I understand it. So here's the Wikipedia article. It says a Nerf herder, also spelled Nerf herder, was someone who herded Nerfs on various planets throughout the galaxy, as it was perceived as an occupation for lower class beings. The term Nerf herder became an insult used throughout the galaxy. Nerf herders were often somewhat simple, but as a result of living outdoors and fighting off anything that interfered with their herds, they became quite capable. So Nerfs are, here's a good image I can save. I'll throw it up as my background so you guys can see it. It's probably just the easiest way to do it.
Looks more like a buffalo than a cow.
Yeah, they're like buffalo. But well, it's the same type of thing though. You know, it's like it's cattle. It's Star Wars cattle.
Essentially, yeah.
Right. So here we go. So it's my background now. That is a Nerf in Star Wars.
Okay, that's a different image than the one I saw, but yeah.
That's what is on Wikipedia.
It's almost like a cow with a lion's mane.
Right. Yeah. It's like a buffalo, like you said. Like that's mainly like what it would be. So like I was saying, how like farmers are sometimes looked down upon. That is what a Nerf herder.
Yeah, I totally get it. Just the German translation is super.
Right. That's really weird to me, though. That's like how the German translation goes to.
The German translation is literally obviously she's trying to insult Han, but by calling him, you know, kind of like you could say Wookiee herder. Like
that's really weird.
Yeah. And
so like
obviously she's obviously referring to Chewbacca.
Huh.
And so yeah. But
So,
but
like-
whatever, it doesn't change much because I still hate her like attitude in New Hope.
Yeah, she is very sassy.
And I do like her later on,
Right.
which that's why I would never say I hate her. But
Right, I got
because
you.
of the way she is in New Hope, I couldn't. She's like she would never be in my top 30 or 40 list of favorite characters or anything.
Right,
like that.
I got you. Okay. Yeah, it makes
But
sense.
I still got a lot of females. Just so you guys know, like I
Oh yeah, totally. I mean,
Ahsoka used to be my number 1. She's still my number 2 or 3 right now.
yeah, Ahsoka's my number 2 behind Anakin, and I've explained it before, but it's really because I think I was 8 or 9 when the Clone Wars theatrical came out.
Mhm.
And I didn't like her at first either, as I think most of us didn't. I think pretty much all of us hated her at first.
I never really hated her, but I kind of was late to the Clone Wars game. I remember hearing people saying that, oh, she's so annoying, so on and so forth. And then Clone Wars canceled. Oh, my favorite character, God.
Yeah, right. Well, over the course of the series, which of course I watched as I grew up, you see her mature into a much more mature and like thought out character, and she's not just this annoying little like pet anymore. You know, she's an actual like character with her own abilities and her own strengths and everything. And in a weird way, it's almost like I grew up with her, like her alongside me. So Ahsoka in a lot of ways to me feels like a sister. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's how it is for me, because I remember going, and it's funny too. The Clone Wars theatrical was my first, because you know what I'm talking about, right? The Clone Wars, they released the movie, right? They put it out in theaters first, and then the series came after. That was my first experience with Star Wars in a movie theater.
Really?
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of Star Wars just yet when like Revenge of the Sith and all that came out, because I was 6 when Revenge of the Sith came out. And I remember I had this best friend from pre-K, like pre-kindergarten in school, like so when I'm like 4 all the way up to, he was my best friend through like 7th grade, and then we just kind of grew apart. But his family was always huge Star Wars fans. Like you go into their house and there's just like Lego Star Wars sets up on display like everywhere. So I knew from like when I was 4, like I knew that like Star Wars was this big thing and they were super into it. But I had never seen it myself. And one day, I think I was like 6 or 7, I was homesick from school. And I was like, laying on the couch, like half dead, looking through the TV guide, and The Phantom Menace was on TV. And so I put it on, and it was like half over. The very first scene of Star Wars I ever saw was all of the B-1 battle droids deploying at the MTT in the Battle of Naboo.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, like 6-7-year-old me is like, whoa, like this is awesome, right? And then my mom came in the room, and my mom had seen the originals. So she stopped me. She was like, no. Like, if you're going to watch these, you're going to watch them right. So she had me watch them in the proper order. And that
what is the proper order?
4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3.
Well, that's actually, according to George Lucas, not the proper order.
I get it, but release order is the right way to watch it, okay?
I disagree.
For someone who has never seen Star Wars, release order is the right way to watch it.
I disagree. I would say the other way around. For someone who has never watched Star Wars, it's the actual order, and for someone who has watched Star Wars, it's the release order. That's what I would say.
I'm of two minds when it comes to this.
Okay, but imagine someone doesn't know the largest plot twist movie thing in cinema history, which is I Am Your Father, Luke. You know, you watch release order.
Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that Darth Vader is his father. Literally everybody.
I know, like probably 80% of the Earth's population knows it, but you'd be surprised sometimes. I didn't know it when I was that little.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's talk about. Well, if you're that little, do you really care? That's the thing.
I cared.
Yeah,
I was into it.
It's kind of true. I'll put it this way: like I never saw any of the when I first got into Star Wars. Or like even before that, I never saw the movies in order. The first one I saw was The Empire Strikes Back. I distinctly that was the first thing.
Yeah, I don't think as a kid,
Star Wars memory. Luke being upside down in the Wampa cave. I can't remember if I made it to If I Am Your Father because, hyperactive 3-4-year-old with an attention span of a gnat or whatever. But I probably did. And I think I knew it because of cultural osmosis, because everything in the 90s would love to reference Star Wars and poke fun at the I Am Your Father thing. The first movie I saw in theaters was The Phantom Menace, and I did like it for a long time. I begged my mom to get me the Legos of Naboo Starfighter, the Pod Racer, and so on and so forth. And then I kind of moved on to other kid things, Pokemon, Digimon, and then what really made me a fan was Return of the Jedi. And then after that, I saw all the movies. I went to the video store. I rewatched episode 1, saw episode 4 and 5, and then I watched episode 2. And then I missed out on episode 2 in theaters because I got into Return of the Jedi in like fall 2002. So that was after episode 2 was out of theaters. But, I went and watched it, and then I saw Return of the Jedi on the big screen when it came out.
Yeah. Awesome.
But I could say, I think.
Wait, you mean Revenge of the Sith or?
Revenge of the Sith, yeah.
Right,
I saw that in theaters in 2005. I was 13 years old.
Gotcha. Okay.
My dad fell asleep because he has no imagination for Star Wars.
Oh, my dad absolutely he makes fun of me every chance he gets.
Yeah, the most my dad's imagination go is Indiana Jones and Back to the Future. That's it.
My dad doesn't watch anything like that.
Yeah, but in terms of viewing order, I'm of two minds. I do get the whole idea of the twist of Empire Strikes Back of Vader is really Luke's father. That is a big thing. But at the same time, what Lucas says about watching it from episodes 1 to 6, that kind of adds to the flavor of we saw Anakin turn to the dark side. Luke could potentially turn to the dark side as well, if we think about it. Yeah. I get that. But also at the same time, I think in terms of the audience, getting introduced into the world and becoming part of the lore, I think it really doesn't matter. But if it's the casual audience that is kind of on edge, you're not certain in terms of what level of fiction they can handle, I think episode 4 is the best place to start because Obi-Wan explains, what the Force and what the Jedi is to Luke, who is the audience.
I agree, yeah. I agree that the opening for A New Hope is better for Phantom Menace. Like Phantom Menace, when you start, they assume that you know what Star Wars is.
Right, exactly.
I agree. I agree, but look, let me say this. The Empire Strikes Back, I get it. I will say this, like most people 20 years old, 25 years old, because you know what, I'm not going to tell an 8-year-old to watch Star Wars. It's not people it's not my age group. So friends of mine that happen to watch Star Wars, but nobody does not know that Darth Vader is Luke's father. So that doesn't really matter. And even if it would matter, to me, that's still nothing compared to me personally, it's still nothing compared to the redemption of Anakin Skywalker. And the redemption of Anakin Skywalker through Luke is not nearly as emotional if you only watch the original trilogy.
I can understand.
It's actually not even emotional at all, in my opinion. Because Darth Vader is nothing. He's just the bad guy. And that's actually what Lucas said too. If you just watch the original trilogy, it's just a bad guy. And in the last film, all of a sudden at the end, he turns good, but there's no real build up to him actually being human with actual emotions that went through shit. Because you just don't know what he went through, right? And you watch the prequels and you get all the story, like Anakin's story. It's just, I don't know, man.
I definitely get the whole Anakin has good in him. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And I just want to say, hey, Alien, welcome back.
When you watch the prequels, you see the original trilogy with completely different eyes, I find, especially Darth Vader.
Right.
It's just
I feel like that's something that would be good to you watch it in that order after you've seen them all. You know what I mean? So for example, I know you're saying 80% of the population knows who they know that Darth Vader is Luke's father, right? Well, for me, so I think of it in terms my kids, my children, this is the way I'm going to show them. I'm going to show them 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3. So they can get that. You know what I mean? Because that is the biggest plot twist, whatever you want to call it, in cinema history. Is that
I get that
like that until then.
But what Ace also said It was the same with me. Like I can't even tell you. I think the first one I watched was probably Phantom Menace, and then the original trilogy. But I'm not even sure because I started watching Star Wars when I was 4 years old.
Right.
And the only thing that I cared for back then was no plot twist, man. I cared for Darth Vader and Darth Maul. That's the only thing I cared for. And that's what I want to do with my kids. I don't want my kids to start watching Star Wars when they're 10. I want them to start watching Star Wars when they're really little.
Yeah, no,
and they're not. And the thing is, like, I get what you're saying, but I just don't think that your kids at that age would even care. That's what I'm saying. I don't think any kid, any child would care.
I guess maybe it depends on the personality too.
Exactly.
I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure, man. 4 years old, I really don't think it depends on the personality.
So I will admit, like, I did know beforehand, just from pop culture, before I watched them, that Darth Vader was Luke's father. But it wasn't something that I was like thinking about. You know what I mean? It's something that like I've heard a ton of people say. So I guess it's true. But then you go watching it, and it's like completely different. And it's instead of like a shock moment, it's like a clicking moment. Like when it happens, you're like, oh, that's what everyone's talking about. You know? Instead of being like blown away, like, oh my God, that just happened. It's like a click, like, hey, that just happened, kind of thing, you know?
Yeah, and also I think another area is, like you said, it depends on the kid's personality. Because George has said, you know, the movies are designed for adolescents, 10 to 12-year-olds, so forth. And that is when I got into Star Wars because, like I said, I saw Empire Strikes Back first when I was probably like 4 or 5 years old or something, and I probably enjoyed it, but I probably didn't really enjoy it past watching the movie where we're like, Ma, can we watch that movie again? Or whoever I saw it with. And then I saw Phantom Menace in theaters when I was 7 years old, got some toys out of it, but probably not enough to, you know, have my mom buy the movie and watch the rest of the series. And then right when I'm 10 years old and I watched the original trilogy, like Return of the Jedi, it was perfect timing, and I was in the right mindset to where I wanted to watch the entire franchise. And I think another reason I love I do love the prequels, but I think the reason I also favor the original trilogy more than the prequels is, well, Luke's my favorite character. That's one point. But another thing is, I was waiting for Revenge of the Sith to come out. So I had a complete trilogy already to satisfy me for the longest time.
Before I was got into it, I got you.
Yeah, and I was waiting for the prequel. So I had much more of a complete story of like a 6-story arc. I mean, you know, the second half, as opposed to like, you know, with the prequels, I was still anticipating. So that's the beauty of kids nowadays. They still get the whole experience, but also, like I was saying, these movies are designed for adolescents. Some parents, they're going to choose differently, whether they choose, 4, 5, and 6 first, then 1, 2, and 3, or just, you know, 1 to 6. Because also some scenes in episode 3 are extreme. Like the congregation I went to in Ohio, they had this couple I've known since I was a little kid. They now have a son. He's probably, I think, 9 years old. He could be 10 now. I don't even remember. But basically, they showed him all the movies except for Revenge of the Sith. I don't know what order, but they wanted to wait till he was old enough for that, just because of some scenes with, you know, Anakin being burned and also the younglings dying, Order 66, because they knew that probably would have been a little extreme on him, and I can agree.
Well, and like you hear stuff like Natalie Portman hasn't shown her kids them because she dies in it. Like she doesn't want to be like.
Natalie Portman has never shown her kids any Star Wars movie.
Right. And she said it was because they're very young right now, and she doesn't want them to see basically their mother freaking die. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
but why doesn't she? Why not just not show Revenge of the Sith? She literally said she has never shown.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. At the same time, I feel like their actors and actresses are on like a whole nother mindset from us. You know, like not that they don't care as much, but yeah, I feel like they don't care as much.
Well, I say as long as her kids don't ever see that one movie after she was finished with Star Wars.
Black Swan.
No. The one movie where she's a stripper.
Oh yeah, well, Black Swan's really bad too because there's like sex scenes of her in that.
Yeah, and lesbian sex scenes. She don't want her kids to see that, especially her boy. Assuming she has a boy, I don't know. Yeah, he might be like, Mom, what is this I'm feeling? It's weird in two ways. Incest is something else. I don't know.
It's like I was saying earlier, Natalie Portman. Well, because I was that age, Natalie Portman, Attack of the Clones, man, and this isn't cropped very well, but boom, like that's my first love right there, man. Woo, man.
I don't know. I think maybe it's because I think the slave suit Leia probably. Since I saw that before peak Portman in episode 2, that's probably why I favor Leia more than
Natalie Portman, I think is. Well, I mean, Carrie Fisher's gorgeous, younger Carrie Fisher. Don't get me wrong, but Natalie Portman is like a whole.
Oh yeah.
Guys, you want to hear a real hot take, like the hottest take you'll probably ever hear?
Oh God.
The hottest.
I don't think Carrie Fisher was ever hot, and like not even over average beautiful. She's just so average to me.
Yeah, no, I can see that. Yeah,
like really, and I have the feeling, and I don't even want to like disrespect. Don't even want to be disrespectful to people's opinions, but it's just my feeling. I have the feeling that many people like view her as hotter or more beautiful than she actually is because they love Star Wars so much and they love the character, and they have different emotions connected to that. That's I don't know, man. That's
no, I agree with that. I agree with that.
I can see your point on that. I don't really agree with that. I mean, because I thought in Empire Strikes Back, once they get to Cloud City, she changes to that other wardrobe. I thought, ooh, they show her off a little bit more feminine, not overtly sexual, but they showed her how beautiful she was and whatnot. And I'll read one of the comments. Rashna, I'm not going to pronounce that because I'm going to butcher it. Hi, how you doing?
Hey,
that's my wife, by the way.
Oh, it's your wife. How you doing?
She just said, "Come to bed." You're in trouble, bro.
Well, hey, for all you know, she might mean come to bed in the good way.
Well,
why do I say this?
I think she's a Star Wars fan, right, Rev?
She likes Star Wars. I don't know if she'll say she's a fan, but yeah.
Okay, I got you.
She likes Star Wars a lot. Like she was actually her idea to rewatch all Star Wars films.
You're luckier than some men. My buddy Tyler, his wife don't like Star Wars. I thought you poor SOB. I'm trying to remember something else I was going to say. And I get where you're coming from, Revan, of like some people favor Leia as because, they love Star Wars. Because my favorite female character of all time from Star Wars, all around, not even the movies, expand universe, Mara Jade.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it could be just because Star Wars fan, and also I like her spunky personality, but also because I think I read a little too much into it, but I thought, why is it that I like Amara so much just from the Thrawn trilogy? And I think I realized it because I think it hasn't really been talked about by a lot of people. So I wonder, am I just reading too much into it and it's not there? Or are other people just not picking up on it? It's probably the former and not the latter because people are smarter than I am. But I think it's because Zahn kind of wrote her to be a dark reflection of Luke, if you think about it, because she's trained a little bit by Force wielders and is told a deceptive story about how her master was killed by this one person. She goes out, to basically hate this person and wants to destroy them. So they find out the real truth behind them. And she thinks that Luke killed the Emperor and so on and so forth. But then she finds out, oh no, it was Vader who killed the Emperor. Turns out Vader was Luke's father, and I was kind of manipulated. She's kind of a dark reflection of Luke, or what Luke could have been. And Luke's my favorite character, so I think that's why I like her, because I realized she's a dark reflection of Luke, and she's got all this spunk, and she just kind of something went off my brain. She became my favorite female character in all Star Wars.
Right. Yeah, totally. Like I said, because we got into this whole thing because I was explaining why I like Ahsoka so much. So when Clone Wars progressed, I'm trying to think of what was it on for 4 years? I know it's like 5 or 6 seasons, but
the 6
it was over the course of like 4 years.
Yeah, because the animation's weird.
So I went and because Disney bought 2012 and immediately canceled it.
There's that as well. Yeah.
Right. So and it started like 2008. So you got to think I was like 2008, because I believe it came out in May. So I had just turned 9. And then you think about that time period from when you're 9 years old to when you're 13 years old. Think about like how much you grew in that time period. I mean, you go through your changes, you know? And like it literally was like I was maturing alongside Ahsoka maturing and all that stuff. And then when we don't know what happened to her for that time period between when she made her appearance again in Rebels and when when that happened, dude, I went nuts because you hear the voice first and then she comes on the screen. You've watched Rebels, right?
Yeah, I finally finished the 4th season. This last month.
Gotcha. It's hard to get into it first because it's very Disneyfied, but then after the first season, it gets much better.
I think if they had different animation, probably would have fared a lot better in people's opinions. But it's nowhere near as bad as a lot of the idiots online say.
Right. Well, like, yeah, I mean, like the animation wasn't nearly as good. Would I rather it be in a Clone Wars style? Absolutely. But I get it. It's a Disney XD show. And but you hear Ashley's voice first, and then you're like, oh my God. And then like she drops down, you're like, whoa. Like I remember that moment and being like,
all grown up.
She was alive. Well, that she was alive was the biggest thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like I could care less like what like all the other stuff. It's like, oh my God, she's alive. And I know Ashley herself has talked about it in like interviews before, but like we were talking about, Ahsoka was super annoying at first. Everyone hated her. She's like probably one of the only characters that have actually like earned the audience's respect and love, you know, through her growth and everything. And I saw a video not too long ago on YouTube that was like showing like the pivotal episodes in the Clone Wars that she grows up in, and it shows you like how her character starts to change, like specifically in these episodes. And it was just really cool to like point out and then like think back to when I saw them and be like, oh yeah, like that was the moment, you know?
Yeah, for sure. And what was I gonna say about Rebels? I know you were talking about Ahsoka, but I just want to quickly say someone kind of made a point about how like the Rebels format, kind of how it's, you know, sort of some one-off stories and adventures. They described it. I can't remember who it was. It might have been on Nam's recent stream, but someone said something along the lines of it's basically Firefly in Star Wars. I thought, yeah, it's kid-friendly Firefly in Star Wars. But yeah, I agree with what you said. Like Ahsoka really earned audience respect from people first saying that she was annoying, and and when people said almost the same thing about Ezra Bridger and Sabine.
I didn't like Ezra at first either, or Sabine. Same thing.
I was kind of confused. I saw more of the Sabine than I did Ezra, just because of the Gotha look. What people describe as Gotha, you know, the dyed hair. That kind of did rub me the wrong way, just because of what we associate it now. The crazy people on
Ezra was it was hard to like him at first because he was just like Ahsoka. He was very whiny and in a weird way, right? Exactly. He's a kid, but in a weird way, Ezra was almost like spoiled, even though he was an orphan. Like, you know what I mean? It's like you didn't feel like he had this like struggle. I mean, like you could see it, but it didn't like make me like believe it, I guess. I don't know.
Diet Luke Skywalker in a way meets Ahsoka.
Well, because like he's just like chilling in like his house, which is this giant tower like 200 feet away from the main city. And I'm like, okay, why is that there? Why is it okay that you're living? You know, I think in the real world, I'm like, oh yeah, that would be boarded up. Like you ain't getting in there. I guess
that one hideout they had got boarded up after it got blown up.
Yeah, that's true. Yep. Yeah. But I mentioned it on the stream me, Rev, and Ilium did the other day too. Rebels, if you watch it, like the whole first season, is hard for me to get through just because of how Disneyfied it is. And probably one of the best examples of that is, and if you go back and watch, and I could be mistaken, like there could be a couple moments of it, but as far as I remember, it's not. You never see a stormtrooper or anyone actually get shot.
Yeah.
The whole first season. If they're going to
stun, that's about it.
If they're going to kill they either get stunned, or if they're going to kill a stormtrooper, they're like push them off a cliff and you just hear screaming and then it disappears. Nobody ever actually gets shot. And it's kind of like it, like when you're used to watching Clone Wars and then you switch to that, it's like like this sucks, you know. I mean Clone Wars showed us some dark moments.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
first seasons of shows are always kind of the weakest because they're still trying to figure out their personality and so on and so forth.
Yeah,
and work
and their
out their
pilots,
and one thing I know, this could be me reading too much into it again, but the last story arc of the whole thing on Lothal get out for Rebels, the first season, I thought this ending episodes, it's the ending of the Matrix. Going in and rescuing Morpheus, and they have to go in and rescue Kanan.
Yeah, true. Yeah, honestly. Yeah, I can see those parallels.
Yeah, once again, me reading a lot into it.
Yeah,
but then again, there's probably someone else who made that observation. Who am I kidding? There's probably thousands of people that made that observation.
Yeah. Oh, Matrix. Watch that in high school for the first time. That was a crazy movie.
Yeah, I don't think the second one is as bad as people say. Yeah, there's a lot of exposition, but it's not as bad as people say. I understand much more the whole people not liking 3 than 2.
So it's weird, and like you've probably gotten hints of this, but beyond Star Wars, like I'm not a big movie person. I haven't there's so much out there that I haven't seen. I haven't seen the Harry Potters.
I've never seen any Harry Potter. I've never read the books.
I've seen the first 3 when I was really little, and then after that I didn't watch any. I probably remember nothing from them. I remember he's a baby, and then I don't know, dude tries to kill a baby, and he only gets a scar. I don't know how that's supposed to work, but it worked. So
someone can explain it. It's something in the chat. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Ilium at Ace Mowick. With regards to first seasons being weak, cough, SpongeBob cough. Them is fighting words, Ilium.
Yeah, I was about to say SpongeBob. Dang, how you gonna insult SpongeBob?
The first 3 seasons are great. After that movie,
they were still good. The new stuff, the new stuff that comes out now. Have you seen any of that?
No, I stopped watching when I was in high school in 2008 or something.
Yeah, I got you. I have little brothers, so I still see it from time to time. But the new stuff that they put out now, it's so bad.
Yeah, I will say after the first movie, I mean, I thought the seasons were inferior to those first 3, but there were some ideas in there for jokes that were actually some great ideas, like Mr. Krabs being obsessed with SpongeBob finding a penny on the ground and basically stalking him over. An interesting idea, badly executed.
Yeah, it was a little weird. Come across weird.
How long have we been streaming for? 3.5
hours. Yeah, y'all can. I mean, we can wrap it up when y'all feel, but it's been fun.
Yeah, Revan's old lady was telling him to go to bed.
We're gonna get him in trouble.
Wait, what time is it over there, dude? Isn't it 4 or 5 or something?
Bro, it's almost 6 in the morning.
Dude,
bro, you could have told us. Dang, it is for me. It is 11:44 p.m.
I got I got tomorrow for. Oh, I always have Fridays off for the most part, but I got tomorrow off as well.
Yeah, I'm off tomorrow too. I have a dentist appointment, but then that's it. After that, I'm good.
Yeah, next time we do a stream like this, we should just probably set it an earlier time so that way you're not up all night.
It's rough. I didn't get. Oh, Ilium says he was saying that the first season of SpongeBob wasn't bad.
Oh, wasn't bad.
Yeah, it was fire, bro.
I was about to say the way you typed it, it says with regards to first seasons being weak.
SpongeBob. That's what threw me off.
So the way that reads is that you were saying it was bad. Okay, but cool. Good to know.
Yeah, and there's a lot of great shows that have a week per season. Seinfeld had a week per season.
I have not watched. Maybe I should give it another chance. I watched the first episode of Seinfeld. I was like, "This is terrible," and I haven't seen.
It's a pilot. What do you expect? I said the same.
Yeah, I know, but it was just the format of it. And I know people say Seinfeld's one of the best shows ever, but I just after that first episode, I was like, man, I don't really have any interest in this. I don't know. Maybe I should try to.
Well, it picks up after the pilot because the first of which the pilot didn't have Elaine yet. When they bring in Elaine, it brings in even more character and so forth.
Gotcha. Okay, so you're a Seinfeld guy. Opinion on Friends? Yes, no.
Wait, Friends? You said
Friends? Yeah,
I've seen all of Friends as well. I like Seinfeld more.
Friends is the best series
I
of all
love
time.
Friends, man. Friends is fantastic.
Oh, I do like Friends though. I mean,
yeah, right.
My mom would watch Friends all the time back when it was coming out new and whatnot. I mean, Chandler's my favorite character, and I do like Joey a lot as well. And Monica,
Chandler and Joey, oh yeah.
Yeah, and Monica was pretty much perfect for Chandler. Can't stand Ross though.
I get it.
I don't mind.
Just like he's a character you're meant to like, kind of be like, at. But at the same time, like, there's some funny moments from Ross.
Yeah, like when he found out his sandwiches was eaten by his boss. He's like, "You ate my sandwich!"
Yeah, he goes nuts. Yeah, exactly.
My wife, man, she's so crazy about Friends. I'm not even joking. I think she watched the entire series, all 10 seasons, 9 times.
I've watched it at least 3 times. I know that.
I watched it.
I like Friends like a lot. It's really good. And so many people like just trash it. I'm like, why? It's good. like
those idiots on cracked.com, they did a whole video on them.
Yeah, I'm just like, how do you not like Friends? Like, it's awesome. The humor in it is so funny.
Well, it's not so much how can you not like it. It's just for me, some people, their points, it's just reaching for low apples and whatnot.
Right. And I feel like a lot of people just dislike it because it's popular.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean,
like, oh, look at me, I'm going against the grain. I don't like this. But
I did that with a lot of crap in high school. Although there is some stuff that was popular and that stuff at the time that I still don't like. I mean, I'm more forgiving for stuff like Lady Gaga and Kesha because it's not the worst crap, but that's because I've heard crap like Miley Cyrus and Bieber, and it like
understandable.
Scott cut sideways to make a point. Long ways for effect. Results.
Oh man.
But I was going to ask Revan something. He mentioned his wife loves Friends. What is your wife's opinion on The Office? Either UK or American version, either or.
I have no clue, man.
Oh really?
Wait, what?
I love The Office. Also,
I don't think she's ever watched it.
Wow.
I've not finished the first season. I'm trying to get through it because everyone tells me once you get past the first season, it really picks up. And I'm thinking, okay, that's what it was like for a lot of other shows, so I will.
Even the first season I really enjoyed of The Office.
But from what I heard, the style changes. I've seen a lot of videos online of Jim versus Dwight online. Those always make me laugh.
They're always funny. What are some other long running shows like that? It's Always Sunny. You watch that?
No, I haven't seen
that. No? Okay.
I've not seen that. I've not seen Community either.
I haven't seen Community, but It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. That's a show that has very, very dark, like...
I never even heard of it, bro.
Really? They just signed a contract that'll take them up to their 19th season. They've been on a long time. Yeah. They've been on a long time.
That's known as Danny DeVito, right?
Yes, Danny DeVito. I don't know the rest of their names. Charlie Day, a couple others. I can't think of their names. But that one is like the first like couple seasons for me were like hard to get through because like they're like this like gang of friends, you know what I mean? And the whole time they're just getting into like arguments and like screaming at each other the whole time. And it gets like really hard to watch. But then once you get through like those first 3 like seasons, actually the turning point is when they introduced Danny DeVito because Danny DeVito wasn't in the show originally. No, he comes in like the second or like midway through the second season, I think. But when they put Danny DeVito in is when it gets like really good. And if you ever want to die laughing, like just watch a couple episodes of It's Always Sunny. It is fantastic.
I'm gonna have to leave, unfortunately.
Yeah, we figured you would.
I'm falling asleep, man.
Yeah.
It looks like you're half asleep as is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Been like that probably for.
You don't have to get up in the morning, I hope.
Not early, anyways. Well, actually, early enough because obviously it's gonna be New Year's tomorrow, and we're going.
Oh man, it is.
Friend's place.
Forgot all about that. Oh boy. Yeah, that's why I don't work tomorrow. Duh. I was trying to figure out why. I have a dentist appointment in the morning, and then after that I'm free. So
yeah, I gotta go to the store to get groceries.
Probably gotta work on my reef tank. It looks like a mess. I was talking to Revan about the whole aquarium thing.
Nice.
Yeah.
And we're down to 3 viewers now, so I guess we can end the stream here.
Oh, one of them is me. I know.
And then the other one's Ilium. Who's the other fool watching us?
Probably my buddy Dylan still.
I didn't mean to call you a fool, Dylan. Don't go.
Yeah, we
it was really fun streaming with you guys.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Next time we should do it earlier, so I won't be that tired.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe we get something going tomorrow that's like a little earlier, so it's not like, you know.
Yeah, well, I won't be streaming tomorrow, but
right.
The day after probably, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the day after probably works better. I got
probably the best days would be Saturdays.
Yeah.
Fridays are no good for me though. I can't do Fridays. But pretty much, well, and Sunday football's on all day, so I'm not going to be doing anything on Sundays but watching football.
Yeah, I get you. I'm gonna stream a game on Friday anyhow.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if Ghost of Tsushima will finally run correctly without freezing up on me live.
Dylan just said it is him. I know it.
Hi, Dylan.
That's funny.
Anyways, guys, I'm gonna be off now, right?
All right, man. We'll see you, bro.
Peace out.
Take it easy.
And then there were two.
The rule of two.
One to embody the power. One to
man. So are you in the same time zone as me then? Is it like midnight, pretty much?
10 till midnight. So yeah, man.
Yeah, 10 till midnight. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. It was good meeting you and everything, man.
Good meeting you too. I think I've seen you probably around Twitter on Revan's replying to stuff. I'm not.
Probably.
Who knows?
So I started my channel like barely even 3 weeks ago, actually. A month ago exactly. Well, not exactly, but a month ago. So like I'm small pretty much. I made a Twitter for my channel and everything, but I haven't really done a lot to grow it. I think like I have 18 followers, I have 61 subs on YouTube, which for a month in is not bad.
Yeah, that's good for a month, man.
Yeah, what really helped me was the Mandalorian season finale. Because I like doing reaction videos. I like watching new stuff and then doing reaction videos to it. I did a reaction video to that, and it's just crossed 8,500 today views. So that's yeah. I was gonna say like my next highest is like 274 views. So, but the hype around that episode and everything, man, it blew up. So it was cool.
Yeah, you timed that well. I should have probably done a reaction video, but I was out of town that weekend, and I watched it as we were driving around. So
I kind of did the same thing. I started a month ago. The first episode that I was able to do a reaction for was the Ahsoka episode, which is super fitting to me. But I recorded my brother doing the reaction of Bo-Katan showing up in episode 3. Yeah, that's episode 3. Like that was the first thing I kind of threw it on my channel. Like I recorded it with my phone. It was really crappy, but I like wanted to throw it on my channel just so I had something on there, because I've been meaning to make a Star Wars channel for a long time. Because I got a lot to talk about, as said by 3.5 hours into this. Yeah, I got a lot to talk about with Star Wars. Yeah, so that was the way I did it, and then when Star Wars, what was it called? Their like live stream thing with all the investors where they announced all the shows.
Mm-hmm.
That day, I was driving up into the mountains, taking like a weekend trip up into the mountains where there's no signal. So I'm literally driving while I still have signal, and I'm just seeing all the tweets like load through of like all the news and this show, and then like I get up there and it's like, damn, like I can't make a video, I can't watch the Mando episode, like none of it. So I had to wait. And I was like, damn, like I could have been making like news videos for all this stuff and been like right on it, but nope.
Well, at least you're smarter of wanting to go in that direction. I've never really rode the algorithm coattails or whatever of.
Well, it's not even that I was doing that. I just, that was what was going on at the time. You know what I mean? So
Well, that's what I'm saying. I never really did make videos of, oh, this is going on at the time.
I got you.
Like, what was it? Probably the only time I did something like that was probably 2 videos. One, which was my How I Met Your Mother season finale way back when, but I think posted my review of it, I think maybe a week after it came out. And then the other one, which is probably the most immediate response, was my reaction to The Last Jedi. And it wasn't really a, viewing it the first time reaction. It was basically me doing a rant after I left the theater and drove home 20 minutes later or something.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah. I did do a little a live stream of playing the beta for the Avengers game before the game had come out, and then I got so bored playing. I'm like, yeah, I think I'm gonna end this stream, and then I immediately after that, the next day, canceled my pre-order for that and for Cyberpunk 2077. I thought I'm gonna get this lightsaber instead. There's no point, and I didn't even hear as much of the problems that Cyberpunk had. I just knew it had been delayed over and over again. I'm glad I did not buy that game because I've heard how it's so glitchy right now. I thought it would have been stupid of me.
Yeah, for sure. I haven't gotten it either. I haven't had any interest in getting it, honestly, but I don't know. Yeah.
And it's just an MMORPG shooter, isn't it?
Honestly, I don't know. As far as I can tell, it's pretty similar to GTA. But yeah, I don't know if you wanna end the stream or something. We can.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else, other points we wanted to bring about. Oh yeah, I wanted to ask your opinion on what do you think was probably the weakest episode of The Mandalorian all around? It could be from season 1 or 2.
All around? Oh man.
Yeah. Or just whichever one stuck out in your mind the most.
My buddy Dylan got Cyberpunk, by the way. He just said no problems on PC, and I really got to go to the bathroom. So if you would like to talk about that real quick, and I'll come back and we can talk about that. Dylan told me to invest. Yeah, thanks, bud. All right, I'll be right back, man.
All right, go ahead. And then it was down to 1, sort of. Don't know why I'm slipping into a bad Obi-Wan Kenobi thing. Let's see if I can fool around for a minute in this StreamYard. Let's see, I'm just looking at comments. Dylan, you got anything to say to me? I'll post your comments, dude. See the word banners. Oh, that's the banner. Okay. Right. Funny, he said he had to go to the can knife to piss like a racehorse. Nay. Why do I say this stuff other than to embarrass myself? I don't know. Oh, you know what's kind of sad? That I heard the Wonder Woman 1984 movie did not really impress a lot of people online. I wanted to see it when it came out. Who was it? I've seen so many people like from Drunk 3PO to this cat and this person on YouTube saying, "Oh, it's not that good. It's a mess." I think, oh man, why didn't I see it when it came out? I might have a preformed opinion, but I saw one. Well, I didn't watch this video, but I saw the post for it saying that the Wonder Woman movie's not that. Oh, you're back. Okay.
Yeah, I'm back.
All right, but what was I saying? Oh, Mandalorian.
Yeah. The weakest episode. I really have to think about that. Let me actually look at Disney Plus real quick, and I can see what episodes there are because they'd have to be like. It's definitely from season 1, whatever my choice is.
Why do I have a feeling you're going to say the 4th episode with the fish farmers or whatever?
No, I like that one. That wasn't bad.
Yeah, I like that one too myself. Everyone says, "Oh, it's a filler episode." I thought, no, give some minor character development. The idea of that Mando has never taken his helmet off in front of anyone since he was a kid. That's some minor character development, and why he doesn't, stay there and hide out with Baby Yoda. It has a reason why he doesn't.
Right. Honestly, the worst one may have been, in my opinion, season 1, episode 5, where he helps the rookie bounty hunter. I can't remember his name, and to hunt down Fennec.
Yeah, that's a fair
That one
point.
was just kind of weird. Like I didn't really like that character. I guess the rookie guy, like he's just really really stupid. Other than that,
his whole
maybe
thing.
the second one.
Yeah, his whole thing, that is something that did kind of bug me. His whole thing of, you can keep the credits. I just want to get in the league. I thought you couldn't
right.
at least say that, you can have 75% of the credits, but I get 25%. And also, I just want to get in the league. That way, he at least gets some of the profit because for all you know, you might be like, hey, I'm in the league now. Oh, it turns out it's not a good time to be in the league. It's basically the stock market crash for bounty hunters.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That episode was just kind of filler to me. That one definitely was. It introduced us to Fennec, which I guess is cool because now we see how Fennec is, which I think Fennec could be a cool character.
I'm surprised they brought her back. I didn't think that they would bring her back.
Yeah, I mean, remember when they showed those the legs walking up to her, the person walking up, everyone's thoughts were Boba immediately. But I don't mind Fennec. I mean, Ming-Na is really cool, you know.
And she was the voice of Mulan, wasn't she?
Yep.
In the animated one? That's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
She's a cool chick. So
yeah, she seems like it from what I hear.
Yeah, definitely.
The one episode that probably sticks out to me is probably the weakest of the overall series. I can't really think of any in particular from the first season, but from the second season, definitely the second episode with
That's what a lot of people say with all the spiders.
Yeah, it's not because of the spiders, because the spiders were introduced in Rebels. They were seen in like so much concept art before.
That's why I liked it, was that. But yeah, other than that, other than just seeing those and being like, hey, like, yeah, I can get what you're saying. Like, it's kind of bad.
Because the whole thing of you can't use hyperspace because her eggs will die, even though crash landing onto a planet at high speed, they survive. Consistency.
Right.
Now they could have done, if they had to have them, crash on the planet. All they had to do was a simple thing: have an interceptor star destroyer, the one with that can project a gravity well and pull him out of hyperspace.
Right.
He's going here, but he gets pulled out because of this starship. Then he could have a reason why he crash lands. He's trying to deflect, get away from the star destroyer,
right,
at enough of a distance so he can jump back in hyperspace. But he gets shot down on the planet. There we go, looking for him. Then what do you know? The remainers of the rebellion come by to form the New Republic, and we saw that they were looking for someone. We thought it could have been one of our own, and so on and so forth. And that would have been less Deus Ex. Well, it would have still been Deus Ex Machina, but it would have been less contrived for them to basically let him go because they scan him. Oh, you might be wanted for being pre-imperial, and you ran and whatever.
Yeah, that whole thing was weird to me. It's like, why do they care?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I did think it was kind of cool though. I enjoyed the part where like you hear them come on the intercom and they're like, "Hey, can you switch over?" He's like, "Hey, can you switch over to this other channel?" And he's like, "Sure." And then everything's silent, and then you just see the X-wing, the S-foils just like go into attack mode. I thought that was actually like really cool.
Yeah, that was a cool moment.
Yeah, it was a cool moment because when he said, "Can you switch over to another channel?" You're like, oh boy, what's about to happen? And then they go into attack mode, and you're like, oh damn, like that's cool.
Yeah, the only thing that I've kind of scratching my head about the whole thing with those two characters, those X-wing pilots, is how. It might not be about them. It might be about Ahsoka. I've heard something about the New Republic Rangers is about the pilots or whatever, but I think it might have something to do with Cara Dune actually coming.
Yeah, that's what I think it's going to be, Cara's show, because she was rumored a while ago to be having her own show. Mm-hmm. And I specifically remember because everyone on Twitter went freaking out about it, all the people that hate her.
Yeah, if there's people that are pissed about this coming out, then I'm probably going to watch it.
Yeah, right, exactly. Well, I think it's going to be good. Like we were talking earlier, Gina Carano is freaking awesome. Like, so yeah, I don't mind that at all. I think, who else I think is going to come back in that show in Rangers is going to be Mayfeld, Bill Burr's character.
Yeah, I can kind of see
Rangers, because I feel like they set up that whole episode. They set him up to be in that. You know, him having this anger and vengeance against the Empire for what they did to him during Operation Cinder, and then like blowing up the base, and then the way that like Kara just like lets him go when at first he wasn't gonna, he was gonna go back to the prison, and then Kara lets him go and everything, and he's like, okay, I will, like, I'll leave. And I just feel like they set that up to like for the potential to bring him back, and I think like a good show for that would be with Rangers.
Yeah, I never really thought of that, but that's actually a good point. Although I found it strange that they're like, "Oh, you got killed in the explosion or whatever," yet they just leave him on the planet where there could be more.
That was weird. When I was watching it, I was like, they're gonna leave him on the planet, but then I was like, he'll figure a way off. He was this crazy like smuggler kind of guy when we first met him, anyway. Which I don't know. Have you seen much of Bill Burr's comedy?
I've seen a chunk of it, not all of it, but I've seen a good chunk of it. So I'm familiar with his type
Bill
of comedy.
Burr is really funny. Did you see the interview with him about getting the Star Wars job specifically?
I did not. I did not actually.
So funny. It's really funny. He basically was talking about how like him and his comedy has always like made fun of Star Wars, like as like a stupid like space Muppets fantasy type of thing, because you know how his humor is. He's got that dry, like really dark humor a lot of the time. And yeah, he was in this interview about it, and in fact, we could probably watch it if you wanted to.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, sure. Let me see if I can't pull it up.
The only downfall I find about Bill Burr's, it's kind of not really him in particular, but kind of a lot of comedians. Ever since George Carlin was a comedian, a lot of people kind of tried to have their own spin on his type of stuff, like observational or dark, or and so on and so forth, or saying things that'll piss people off, even if they do agree.
Yeah,
with
for sure,
pisses people off.
Oh yeah, here it is. It's his interview on "Pardon My Take," which is a Barstool like podcast. If you've ever,
I think I've heard it.
Share my screen. I guess
I'll say that Bill Burr, like he seems to be like one of those good comedians that has like sort of a similar shtick without being off. Like I'll take him over Lewis Black. Lewis Black doesn't do it for me.
Right. All right. So I think I just turned on my screen sharing.
Oh yeah, I have to add
how to do that. Cool. Is it at the? Should be at the video, right?
Yep.
Cool. All right. Here. It's really funny.
I'm not getting the audio.
Wait, can you hear it?
Not really. You might have to turn it up.
Let me see. What's my volume at? My volume's low, so maybe that's why.
Oh, okay.
Is that better? You good?
Yeah, I was just coughing.
I can't. Since I'm doing my screen, I can't hear you anymore, or I can't see you. So
it's all good.
Does it sound better now?
Let's try it. A little louder.
A little louder?
Yes, please.
Damn. Okay, I'll turn it all the way up. Here we go.
Yeah.
Is it good?
Yeah, I can hear it better. I turned up my volume as well.
All right. Oh, okay, cool. All right, here we go.
More so than usual. You're on the Mandalorian, Bill. I heard that you spiked Baby Yoda. Is that true? I think you heard a lot of things. I can tell you what happened. You keep fucking fishing. Yeah. This is what happened. I saw a bunch of people enjoying something, and as a comedian, that's just the layup. So forever make fun of people, 30-year-old people going down to the movie theater, dressing like Chewbacca and all that shit. So, if you listen to my podcast, I recently went off on painters, people who paint their house, how bad they are at their job. How there's literally a toddler they'll just fucking paint everything. They have no pride in their fucking job. And the amount of shit that I got, that's how I built my podcast. And last week I talked about people that go to the beach, that they're just inherently not smart people, and it's good for our population. That these are the decisions. We set off the atom bomb. Let's have them walk. We can afford to lose these people. So with the Star Wars thing, that's kind of what I was doing. And also, I wasn't. I liked the second one, but the other ones, by the time I fucking saw them, I was like 14, 15. I was too busy, obsessing over the fact that I knew I wasn't gonna get laid for a long time. Shit about things. So, fast forward, I don't know how many, 40 fucking years, 35 years, I was at a birthday party for a buddy of mine who knew Jon Favreau. And John was there. He said, "Hey man, I'm taking over, doing the Mandalorian thing. I'm taking over this aspect of Star Wars. There's a part in there that we're writing for you. Do you want to do it?" And I was like, "Dude, I gotta be honest with you, man. I've been trashing Star Wars for a long fucking time. I don't know about this." And then he goes, "I know. I listened to your podcast. I think that would be funny. I think you'd get a kick out of it if you went in there." So I was like, "Really?" My wife was with me. She goes, "Bill, do it." I said, all right, so I'll do it now. Here's the thing. Had I known his Star Wars was going to look the way it looked, I would have been calling him to get into it. Because I didn't know he was going to do this whole spaghetti Western bounty hunter looking thing. And I do have to be honest with you. The first time I went in, the first day, right? I went in and we were rehearsing the scene on the spaceship. And one actress had like all this purple with tentacles on. Somebody else looked like Hellboy. Clancy looked like Hellboy. Brandon was dressed like Boba Fett. They're all talking and shit. And like, when you're in the room and like only you find something funny, they were just sort of saying all this space shit to each other. And I kind of had to look down for a second and like regroup. Like, for half a second, I was like, I'm on fucking Fraggle Rock. But then they said action, and they were all so good. And I was getting smoked. And after like 3 takes, it was weird. You just forget that you're all wearing these silly get-ups. And then you just shoot the shit about politics or sports. And then somebody with like, tentacles coming out of their heads about the Super Bowl and how you think it's fixed. It's really like a weird thing. But unfortunately, I somehow got into the thing. Yeah. So I do feel guilty about it because there's so many super fans who should be in it. However, this was a makeup for buddy of mine, Joe DeRosa, who could give a fuck about sports. Like 10 years ago.
I'm gonna pause it there just because we gotta take a little break. I don't want to get the stream banned again.
Oh, good point. Good point.
Yeah, I don't know if Barstool would hit us with that. I'd have to text Dave and be like, on Twitter. I'd be like, "Hey Dave, what the hell?"
I guess it depends on the how the algorithm scans it. Alien said that he couldn't really hear it. Then
oh really?
He commented that twice. So
that's so weird.
Then he didn't say anything afterwards. So maybe it did get disturbed.
Maybe it did get. I don't know. Here, I can check real quick. Wait. What happened? Twitter.
I like his point about the whole spaghetti Western angle because I that's part of the reason I love The Mandalorian is because I'm a sucker for spaghetti Westerns, especially Sergio Leone.
Right. Well, it's so good too. Like, and
I can never decide which I like better for a few dollars more or The Good and the Bad and the Ugly. I think I like a few dollars more, a little bit more, just a little bit.
Let's see.
Ilium says it's cool. The stream isn't suspended. Okay.
Okay, cool. All right. So I'll go back. Let me go back to sharing my screen.
Okay.
I think you'll have to pop it back up.
Yeah.
There we go. All right, cool. We can continue. Nice. Thanks, Dave. If you see this, which you won't, thanks for not having a copyright thing on your your freaking podcasts. Oh man. Oh.
I think it's gonna make you hate me more. And he goes, oh fuck. He goes, does this have to do with Star Wars? And I said, Joe, did I ever tell you about the time I met George Lucas? And he goes, you motherfucker. And I said, Joe, I'm living your dreams. Go fuck yourself. And I hung up on him. Oh.
That's crazy.
I'd be pissed at Bill Burr too. You mother.
Oh, I'd be pissed, man. I'd be like, dude, you met George fucking Lucas.
A friend of my sister, or kind of a friend of mine, back in Ohio, he met Mark Hamill at a con.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome.
You got a picture with him too.
Yeah, sweet.
Yeah, I would like to ask Mark a question though, even if it was not Star Wars related. If I could ask him just one question, it'd be something related to something he said about The Force Awakens, like how you said as an actor sometimes you come up with your own backstory for a character you play, just help you get in the mind.
Right.
And I think a lot of actors do this with the characters they play. So so I'm gonna have to say one naughty word, and I try to not swear for.
I think Bill Burr just ruined that for us.
Well, I know. I personally try not to say it. If other people say it,
Right, I got you.
But if I were to ask Mark, it'd be in relation to this to what he said about you say how for some of the roles you play, you try to have a backstory in the back of your mind, so that it helps you bring the character to life. So with that in mind, I just got to ask you one question that's been on my mind for a long time. Why do they call you Cockknocker? Assuming you ever seen Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
Oh no.
Have you ever seen the clip?
No, I don't think I have.
Oh, I think I gotta look this up.
Oh, boy.
Sure. I thought this was high school me found this funny. You may not find it funny, but who knows?
Right. I might. Who knows? But yeah, I thought that whole Bill Burr clip was really cool because I don't know if you're into baseball either, but
not really. I'm not much
into talk about Joe Torre and how his buddy was like, oh yeah, like screwing with him, like, oh yeah, I met Joe Torre. Like, he was the manager of the Yankees for a while.
All right, can you see my screen?
Yep.
Harold, how's it going?
Oh yeah. Good morning to you there.
Not that. Sorry.
Oh man.
Oh, freaking ads. I hate ads so much.
Yeah.
Freaking double.
You guys are pretty badass. Lightman and Chronic, strike back. Scene 37, take one.
What are we waiting for? Action!
Oh, Chris Rock's in this? Wow.
Briefly.
Snooty Boochies? What the fuck? Thought I'd never find your precious cave, did you, Hemp Knight?
Yeah, that's him.
Oh wow, it is.
And your sidekick are finally in the grasp of Cockknocker. Why do they call you Cockknocker? Funny story behind that. You're gonna love this. True story. Whoa! Hemp Knight!
Of course.
I think George Lucas gonna sue somebody. Any last words before I bust your balls, blunt man?
Long saber, Jesus.
Whoa! Duck pop, fucker! Damn, these white boys can't fight.
Don't fuck with the Jedi Master, son.
Yo, bitch fist! Call me Darth Balls. Bong!
Hey, that wasn't in the script.
Oh my God.
Oh, you are not upstaging me, Vanderbeek.
Man, this movie's gonna make House Party look like House Party 2 or House Party 3. Shut the fuck up!
Yes, sir.
Chopper, pull up, Dawson, will ya? Chaka, can I get a cut here?
Not again.
Now the balls have been busted, bitch. All right, that's it. I am out of here. Chaka, I'll be in my trailer.
That's wild. What is that? Like, what was that from?
Jane Silent Bob Strike Back.
Is that like a TV show or a movie or something?
It was a movie in the 2000s. Accidentally. Have you ever seen Clerks?
No.
It's a okay, for some reason it keeps on playing.
Oh, really?
Okay. Right. Clerks was a independent movie from the early 90s. It was a comedy, and then from this guy named Kevin Smith. You might have heard about him. He's also a big Star Wars and Marvel fan. He's on
Kevin
Twitter.
Smith. I think I have, yeah.
Yeah, he's also done Mallrats and Chasing Amy and Dogma and Clerks too. He's done some other movies. Like those are all in the Clerks universe, but he's done some non-Clerks movies like what is it?
Oh, yeah, Kevin Smith. Yeah, I know who he is.
Jersey Girl,
Right.
Tusks, and Yoga Hosers, which I've never seen, but I've heard so
I
much.
know him in yeah, but anyway, yeah, I know who this is.
You know, he's kind of a shill for the Disney trilogy. But one thing I do have give him some credit for. Someone asked him years ago, what would he have done to have changed the prequels, and he would have made them exactly the way George Lucas had made them.
Good.
So points to him for that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, totally. Anyone who tries to trash on Jukas's is what I almost said. George Lucas's vision is just wrong. There's no other way to put it. Like, that's why I don't even care how the sequels would have been made if it was George doing them. Wouldn't matter to me because it's his story. It's his choice to do whatever he wants with them.
Yeah, there was some. I think it was Thor Skywalker who said this couple years ago on one of his view of that. So one of the supposed things that George had written for his story treatment for the sequel trilogy would have been getting more into the microcosmic side of the Star Wars universe, like the midi-chlorians more in the way. And he knew fans probably would have disliked it based on their reception to the midi-chlorians from episode 1.
Right. Yeah, but like for me, like doesn't matter at the end of the day. It's his story. Whatever he wants to tell in it, it's what he tells in it. You know, he is the creator.
Yeah, and some people think that, oh, that's just entitlement shilling out for the creator. I think no. He's the guy who created from the ground up. It's not like a entity like Disney who do whatever they want with it just to make a buck. He had his heart and soul in it.
This man had the idea in 1970, whatever, early, like 1970. When did original Star Wars come out? 1974, or was it later? 1978.
Original was 77, but he started writing it in like 72.
Right.
73.
Yeah, of course. Right. He started writing it way earlier. But this man had the idea for not only the original trilogy, but the prequels before doing any of it, which is just mind blowing that someone can be that creative and like think about all of that. And then not only did he have a vision for the prequels before all of it, but he had thought up even, and maybe not in depth, but he had thought of a sequel trilogy to do back then too. There was an interview of Mark Hamill that I saw from probably the 80s.
Johnny Carson, yeah, I think I saw.
Yeah, where he talked about how George asked him. He said, "Hey, Mark, like, do you think maybe in the future you would want to come back and be the wise old Yoda figure? You know, be a Jedi Master like that?" And Mark was like, "Well, sure, but when would that be?" And then the quote was, Mark said this to, I guess that was Carson. He said, George just thought, he went, "Oh, maybe around 2012. Like, for this man to think about that in the 70s, like, how freaking genius is that? Yeah, right. Yeah, 80s, right. Yeah. But still, like, to be able to think about that and be like, oh yeah, right around 2012. Like, that's insane.
But that was just on a conceptual level because
right. But even still.
Yeah, but one big misconception is people think is that, oh, he already had the prequels written during the original trilogy. No, he had
I don't think he had
the backstory because he's episode 1 commentary. I mean, excuse me, bonus feature. It showed him in the All I Need Is an Idea featurette. In probably 1994 is when he actually starts writing out the prequel trilogy, the first episode. He had like notes from that for what would be the outline of the prequels that from when he created the original trilogy. It was the same book he used to write the trilogy and even American Graffiti. But so he had some ideas in there. He had ideas of the midichlorians and things like Anakin and Anakin wasn't always meant to be the same guy as Vader. They were two people at different times. Everyone thinks, oh, he always knew it and contradicts himself. No, it's just it's hard after 30-something years of thinking about these characters, you're going to be remembering something things. You move them around.
Right. Yeah, you change it a little bit.
Yeah, like how he's kind of changed, who shoots first, Han or Greedo.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. That's probably one special edition change, I think. Yeah, it really doesn't do anything.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
The special editions can exist. I don't mind the special editions. I just think it was probably poor on his part to like make the original cuts unavailable. I think the special editions would be more appreciated if they were an option as opposed to no choice.
Right, and to be able to go back and watch them the way they were. Well, that's one thing. Like, there's a lot of like stuff that people point out that are like bad changes that George did to him, like Greedo shooting first and things like that. And a lot of people have a problem with Hayden being in Return of the Jedi. I don't. I love it, but I'm a prequel kid, so. But and I know there's a video on it somewhere that covers it that I watched, and I can't think of any specific examples. Well, I guess I can. But not only there's more than just the bad stuff that George threw in with the special editions. There's a lot of good changes that he made too, like the Emperor in Empire. I'm sure you've seen the original version when Vader's talking to him in the hologram.
Yeah, and then in the 2004 DVD, they make him resemble like how he does in Jedi, and
they make it Ian McDermott.
Yeah, for continuity. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
That's a perfect change. That should be that way. Yeah, I mean, if you've seen the original one, he looks like a weird puppet with like weird bulging eyeballs and stuff.
It was actually like that was actually a lady with a prosthetic on, and they superimposed, I believe it was chimpanzee eyes onto her.
Exactly. Yeah, I just remember like the bulging like eyeballs that stick out like that far from her face. Yeah, but yeah, like that's a great change. That works perfectly. And there's lots of other examples of that stuff. Like I said, I can't really think of them right off the top of my head, but yeah, those are great examples.
Yeah, I think him making the arrival to Mos Eisley a lot bigger, because the first movie they had a lot of problems with making the movie. That makes sense to me. I don't mind that. Something like the Jedi rock scene from Return of the Jedi. I think, why'd you remove the song at all? I just found that to be strange. The changing the song at the end of the movie, to instead of the yub nub into the little like flute thing or whatever you want to call it, that actually kind of works better, I will say.
Yeah, true.
I still prefer the original, though, I will say.
Yeah, definitely. That whole like disco dance party scene in Jabba's palace does come off weird, but then again,
it was in the special edition.
Original, right? Exactly. It was still in the original. So, but
because it changes because I have a CD collection of the original music from the original trilogy, and it includes the original version from Return of the Jedi, and it was essentially a disco song when you listen to it, but then you hear it in the special edition, it sounds much more like a kind of jazzy type thing,
right? Or like
kind of
jazz,
throws you off. I think the disco kind of works in universe a little bit better, and especially because when I said it's kind of jazzy, and this is a little irrelevant, which it's just a little quirk I find funny, especially since I've read it in a couple of the books from the old EU, is that a form of music in the Star Wars universe is referred to as jizz. I'm not even making that up.
Yeah.
I saw that in the Angry Video Game Nerds video of Star Wars Masters of Teräs Käsi or Teräs Käsi, depending on how you want to pronounce
Teräs
it.
Käsi, yeah.
Yeah, when I found that out, I could not help but laugh. I thought, I got to get a physical copy of the Star Wars Encyclopedia like he has, just so I can go to that chapter and show it to everyone on YouTube as well. But, like, one change of the special edition, I thought he could have actually changed more. Like, I understand him putting that Jabba scene back in. It was kind of interesting to see Harrison Ford, new footage from him at that age. But I think the problem is some people say it doesn't really add new information. We've already heard this from the bar scene with not Hello Greedo, just Greedo. And I think because in the original cut, like when it was a much longer cut, it was apparently completely different dialogue that was spoken on set than it was written, than what came out in the final product, because they were still going to use that original Jabba scene. So I think what they should have done for the special edition is change the subtitles so that it comes out more like how the original cut was going to be before they changed it, that it would still line up with how it would in the special edition we got, where like basically there's some information left out. We find out when Han goes to the hangar and talks to Jabba. That would make more sense for the special edition, have more of what was supposed to be there.
Right. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And I think one change some changes I do like is in Empire, like how they do kind of add some balconies and windows to Bespin. Just kind of open it up more, because
it changes. It makes it a lot bigger looking than it was.
Yeah, because one problem is that, like, we do know it's Star Wars, but it does kind of feel like the typical claustrophobic science fiction environment that you could see anywhere, and so on and so forth. That's not too distinguishable. The windows at least distinguish it more.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely. Yeah. Like he put like the skyline out, viewing through the windows. Yeah, for sure. Oh man. Well, I think we've pretty much covered everything for one stream.
Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much all I got. The beak for the Sarlacc pit, that I will say was kind of unnecessary. The beak made it kind of look too much like a graboid from Tremors.
That's true. Yeah, the beak was a little off.
Yeah, I mean, it's already got teeth. Why does it need a beak as well?
Right. Yeah, for sure. Yep.
That was about it. Oh, and also because of the Blu-ray special edition, adding the unnecessary no to Vader in Return of the Jedi.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Hayden Force Ghost. The only it just kind of it's not that it was Hayden, but I was just kind of thrown off. Thought, wait, how come Vader is basically aged down, but Obi-Wan hasn't? And there was some rationale. I think Lucas said something about how, oh well, now he's back to like how he was before he became Vader. I think,
right.
But wouldn't time have caught up with him? I mean, if that would make more sense if he died as Vader and the good of Anakin lived on, but that would mean like Anakin and Vader kind of split apart as Force entities, like Revan in the SWOTOR.
Right. Yeah. No, that is a little messy, but it's I don't think it's that big of a deal. I liked seeing Hayden there in that scene. Then, what's his name?
Sebastian Shaw, I think.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind it myself. It's just a little head scratching, especially considering like how does Luke know that's Anakin? Can he feel it in the Force Ghost's presence?
Probably.
I mean, because the last time he saw Vader, not as Vader but as Anakin, his mask was with his mask off. He was an old man.
Yeah,
Like,
I have a feeling he knew. He can feel it because they're there in the Force. He can feel the Force around.
Yeah,
him.
probably.
His presence and everything.
Or imagine if there was some dialogue like Hayden Anakin that says to Luke, "I'm still proud of you, Luke," and Luke's like, "Who are you?"
Right. Yeah. Oh man. But yeah, I think that's a pretty good place to stop at 4 hours and 14 minutes.
Oh yeah, that's a long stream.
Yeah, we went a while.
Yeah, man.
I think Ilium loves us, man. He's chilling.
Yeah,
him still here.
Him and Dylan. It looks like
for sure. So, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, well, glad to have everyone that stuck with us for this long.
Definitely.
Glad for anyone who watches this stream period, and I was glad to have met you, Boogie, and
you too. Yep, you too, man. Yep. All right. See you, everybody.
See ya. Peace out. Have a good night and a good weekend.